Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
As chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, I now call to order our June 1st, 2026 meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. At this time, I'll call on Commissioner Fred Bearfield to give us our invocation, and that will follow Commissioner Wayne Outlaw, who will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Let us all please stand.
Good morning, everyone. Let us prepare for prayer. Jesus is the King of kings and the Lord of lords. No one can walk like him. Yes, Father, we understand your scripture. We know you're the King of all kings. We pray in the name of your Son, Jesus, that we are here as commissioners to transact county business. Decisions have to be made, and we may not all agree on the decision, but we want to love one another and not have hard feelings over decisions that are made. We pray that the challenges before us, we ask your leadership, we ask you to guide us and lead us all the way. And if you lead us, we will not astray. We love you. You mentioned it many, many times in the Bible. Even love your enemies. Now, to some, that may be a hard thing to do, but at least you ought to try. We know that we pray for Nash County citizens. We pray for this state. We pray for this nation. And we just pray for all. Bless us as we continue in this meeting. We bless and we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Commissioners, we will approve our last board minutes for regular meeting minutes of May 4th, 2026. Our recess joint meeting on May 12th, our regular meeting minutes of May 18th, and our May meeting 27, 2026, recess joint meeting with the Planning Board. Is there any corrections to the minutes? And I believe we had a correction.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the minutes with the addition of the comments related to the budget discussion at the May 27th meeting.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second that we approve our minutes with the correction on the May 27th meeting. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approval of the minutes, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I have a point of personal privilege, please?
Yes.
I just wanted to speak to everyone listening and those out there. I just want to let you know, if you see me get up periodically, it's not because of a certain person at the podium or a certain discussion, but I did have a medical procedure around May 6th, and it calls for me not to sit for a long period of time. So if you see me get up in about an hour and just walk in the back and come back, it's not you, it's me. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, before we go into public comment, we need to add a couple items to the agenda. Let's see, and that's the community block grant, and was the retirement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where do we want to, what number do you want that?
Right after public comment for the retirement.
Okay,
So 5A for the retirement, and for the CDBG CV project grant, if you would notate that one to be, we can do it after the Board of Equalization and Review. So 20A,
20A?
yes, please.
Okay.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you heard a motion that we had to add 2 items to our agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moving properly second. Any discussion on those 2 items? Hearing none, all in favor of adoption of the agenda, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried. Okay, like I said, normally we have our public comment section. And at this time, the sign-up sheet, I don't have anyone that's signed up for public comments. If you missed it, then come to the podium and let us know. Otherwise, we'll proceed with our agenda. Thank you very much. Our first item will be the retirement.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Point of clarification, too. If there's individuals here to speak on the ETJ or the budget session, we will be having a public comment session for that at a later time during the meeting, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Kimberly Shields, we're going to let you come and introduce our retiree.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Each month, Nash County acknowledges employees who are retiring from the county by presenting them with a certificate of retirement during open session. At this time, we do invite our board up front with us to recognize this month's retiree.
All right.
At this time, we would like to recognize Bruce Manu from our Solid Waste Department, who is retiring with 7 years of service with Nash County. Bruce, welcome. Come join us up front. Bruce, we believe that he might have brought some, did you bring some family with you that would like to take a picture as well? Okay, would you like to join him for a picture? Okay. She's opted out, that's fine. Thank you. And Bruce, we wish you well in your retirement. Thank you.
Okay, now we will proceed with our number 6 agenda item, introduction of Animal Service Director, Ms. Tia Fuller. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
It is my pleasure to introduce Ashley Howell as Nash County's new Animal Services Director. Ashley, if you don't mind joining me here at the podium. Ms. Howell brings more than 5 years of progressive experience in animal welfare, animal control, and shelter leadership. She began her career in North Carolina working in animal control before advancing into shelter management roles in Virginia. Most recently, she served as Animal Services Manager for the Page County Animal Shelter, where she oversaw shelter operations, staff supervision, animal care services, public outreach, and community program. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated a strong commitment to improving outcomes for shelter animals while building strong relationships with rescue organizations, community partners, and the public. Ms. Howell has worked extensively with rescue and transfer partners to expand life-saving opportunities for animals in need and has a strong advocacy for spay and neuter initiatives and community-based programs aimed at reducing pet overpopulation and increasing access to affordable services for pet owners. We are excited to welcome Ms. Howell to Nash County and look forward to the leadership, compassion, and energy she will bring to animal services as we continue strengthening services, partnerships, and care for animals and residents in Nash County. Please join me in welcoming Ashley Howell to Nash County.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for having me this morning. I'm excited to get started. I'm passionate and excited, really, for the future of animal services in Nash County, and today's my first day, so I can't wait.
Go get 'em.
Thank you, guys, again.
Welcome.
All right, welcome to the Nash County family.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the next item? Thank you so much. So it is my pleasure to introduce our new Public Health Director, Ms. Angela Manning. If you would come up, please. Angela Manning brings more than 22 years of experience in local public health, including extensive leadership experience serving communities in North Carolina. Most recently, she served as Deputy Health Director, where she helped oversee public health operations, programs, staff leadership, and community health initiatives. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated a strong commitment to public service, community health improvement, staff development, and collaborative leadership. Her background includes experience in environmental health, public health administration, program oversight, and strategic leadership, all of which will be valuable as we continue strengthening public health services in Nash County. She joins us at an important time for our community, and I'm confident that her service experience, professionalism, and passion for public health will complement the strong team already in place within our health department. We are excited to welcome her to Nash County and look forward to the leadership, partnership, and vision she will bring as we continue working to improve the health and well-being of our residents. Please join me in welcoming Angie Manning. Angie, she goes by Angie, but Angela Manning to Nash County.
Thank you very much. The staff has been very welcoming. I love public health, and I'm excited to serve your county, your citizens, and your staff. So thank you very much.
Welcome to the Nash County family.
Thank you.
So before she steps away, Ms. Manning will take her oath of office as Nash County Public Health Director. So I'll invite our Register of Deeds up to administer that oath.
Your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
I, Angela Manning.
Oh, sorry.
I'll say it.
Okay.
I, Angela Manning, do solemnly swear that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of local health director for the Nash County Health Department to the best of my knowledge, skill, and ability. That I will uphold and enforce the public health laws of North Carolina and the ordinances, rules, and policies of the Nash County Consolidated Human Services Board. That I will exercise the powers and duties assigned to the position under General Statute 130A-41 and other applicable statutes impartially, responsibly, and in the interest of protecting and promoting the public's health. And that I will conduct myself with integrity, accountability, and professionalism and all matters entrusted to my care, so help me God.
Okay.
If you would just sign your name right there.
Thank you very much.
All right, we will now move to item number 8. Mr. Jonathan Boone, Animal Welfare Advocate, President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce Ms. Rachel Bellis. Ms. Bellis is the Director of Local Affairs with PETA. That is the person for the ethical treatment of animals. We have some experience with PETA. They have partnered with us on some trainings for animal control staff. And as I think we all know, they are very active in the space of animal welfare-related issues. Ms. Bellis had reached out to Commissioner Howell back in late April 26 of this year about an opportunity to address the Board of Commissioners regarding animal welfare here in Nash County. And I and the Animal Control Supervisor scheduled a virtual call with Ms. Bellis to talk about, one, kind of the history of animal control here in, or animal services here in Nash County and the work that PETA does. And again, she had expressed an interest in addressing the board about her desire to see Nash County enact a training ban, and also to address the Board of Commissioners regarding a mandatory spay and neuter program. So at this point, I'll invite Ms. Bellis to come up to the podium and deliver a presentation.
Is this the mouse thing? Can I just make sure? Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay, great. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Arrington, Vice Chair Howell, and Commissioners. It's such a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Like Jonathan said, my name is Rachel, and I'm here on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, or PETA, and our nearly 170,000 members and supporters in North Carolina alone. I'm here today to share with you information on why chaining is so harmful to dogs and why the Board of Commissioners should adopt an ordinance banning the cruel practice, as well as why spaying and neutering is so important, and why the commissioners should also make it mandatory for your shelter to sterilize animals before they are adopted. So just to give you a little bit of background, PETA's Community Animal Project, or CAP, has been helping animals in northeastern North Carolina for more than 20 years. Mostly, we help dogs who are kept chained or penned outdoors. We deliver straw bedding in the winter, custom-built wooden dog houses, food, toys. We provide animals with flea and fly strike prevention, deworming medication. We offer vet care on a case-by-case basis. We never turn our back on an animals in need. We also pick up unwanted, aggressive, sick, or dying animals as well. We're available 24/7, 365 days a year for emergencies. All of our services are free, and because of the demand for calls for assistance, we are spending more and more time in Nash County, even though it's a little bit out of our service area, but we are sterilizing a lot of animals and helping a lot of animals with dog houses and some of our free services. So these are just a few of the free services that we offer. The spay neuter, we have our 24/7 hotline, and dog houses and things like that. And so our dog house delivery, most chained dogs are denied adequate shelter, like the dog on the left, who have an open wooden box for a shelter. This offers no protection from the elements, and this is why we build and deliver our custom wooden dog houses. They cost PETA a little over $300 each to build, and we deliver these mostly for free with people who maybe are interested in getting their animals spayed or neutered, which we will transport, and we will do that for free. Our dog houses have an overhang for shade. They have a windbreak. They are raised off the ground, they have a padded floor, and they are insulated. These were two dogs who we repeatedly found tethered to a tree without any shelter at all, even in the dead of winter. This dog had only the underneath of a truck for shelter until PETA provided him with a doghouse. And this dog shelter, as you can see, is so big, the wind, rain, and snow can easily get in. Chained dogs like Caesar, who spend their lives on chains, are often found infested with fleas and other parasites, especially in the summer months. Fleas can be deadly, and we have actually found dogs who have died from flea anemia. Pack dogs are often suffer from heartworm disease as well because they are not provided with monthly prevention. And this puppy, it's not the best photo, but he is kept chained outside in all weather extremes, and you can see he's out there in the snow. Chained and pen dogs are often denied potable water. What you see here is very typical of what we find. During the winter months, the water buckets turn into ice blocks, and the dogs can get dehydrated. And in the summertime, we have actually we put thermometers in waters, and sometimes like the water can get to almost 100 degrees in the summertime. And I know it's not very hot today, but we have had a few hot days, and we are already finding many dogs without access to any water at all. In 2024, and most of you will probably remember this case, in 2024, after complaint from a concerned neighbor, PETA field workers discovered 4 chained dogs who were emaciated and underweight, along with 3 dead dogs who had been thrown into the woods. We worked with animal control and law enforcement who took custody of the live dogs. And while the owners, the people responsible were charged, the charges were later dropped. And had there been a ban on chaining, animal control could have acted quicker in this case. And I'm sorry for the graphic photos. Chaining is also a public safety issue, and studies show that chained dogs are almost 3 times as likely to attack as dogs who aren't. PETA worked with Halifax County for many years, and in 2020 they passed a total ban on chaining, which was enacted at the end of 2020. And Bruce Robusto, who was the former health director, who was a big proponent of the chaining ban, he was very supportive of the ordinances, and as you may already know, Edgecombe County recently passed a chaining ban as well, which they're doing a very long rollout of the ordinance to give people time to get into compliance. And these are just a few words that Bruce had talked about on why he supported the chaining ban. And should the Board of Commissioners and should any locality pass a chaining ban, PETA is here to help you. We continue to assist residents. We work with animal control. We work with law enforcement on cases of cruelty and neglect. And when a locality passes an ordinance, we put up billboards, we hand out flyers, we work with the locality to send flyers in water bills or any kind of bill that goes to all of the residents, kind of explaining why this ordinance is needed and what will people need to do to get into compliance. And, you know, we're absolutely willing to help as much as we can. And I also understand that the board is considering requiring animals to be sterilized before they're adopted, and this is something that PETA wholeheartedly supports. Laws requiring pre-adoption sterilization for shelter animals are designed to combat the overpopulation of dogs and cats by ensuring that all adopted pets are already fixed, thereby breaking the cycle of irresponsible breeding and reducing shelter intake. Many states have already adopted laws requiring sterilization of animals adopted from shelters. Combating overpopulation and euthanasia. The primary goal is reducing the number of homeless animals that must be euthanized due to lack of space. Preventing future litters. Even with high compliance rates for post-adoption sterilization contracts, many adopters fail to fix their pets later, leading to accidental litters that end up back in shelters. Ensuring shelter accountability. Such laws ensure that organizations which are in the business of animal welfare do not contribute to the problem by releasing fertile animals. And public safety and cost reduction. Reduced overpopulation decreases the burden on local government, resources for animal control and impoundment. and common statutory frameworks, pre-adoption mandate, animals are sterilized by a licensed veterinarian before being released to the new owner. Post-adoption contracts, if an animal is too young or sick, the adopter signs a legal agreement to have the animal sterilized within a specific period of time or by 6 months of age. Medical exemptions, laws often permit veterinarians to sign written reports deferring the surgery if it would threaten the life or health of the animal. And there are roughly 32 states who already have laws like this on the books. So we are in total support of this. And I've just included a couple sample ordinances of a city in Texas and Arkansas that have mandatory spay-neuter before adoption, and a couple other things like if an animal is picked up as a stray, before they are released back to the owner, they are sterilized. And that's something that obviously we would support as well. And I've included those sample ordinances in your packet along with some quarterly reports, which just talk about PETA's work, and some expert opinions on why chaining is so detrimental to dogs, and just some other information. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask the first question. When in Halifax County or Edgecombe, once they adopted these guidelines, did their adoption rate go up or down?
Well, so I don't know that Halifax has a chaining ban, but I don't know that they have adopted an ordinance where their shelter animals have to be. I know they're trying to get their animals sterilized before they're adopted out, but I'm not sure that there's something on the books that legally requires them to do so.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Kind of. Well, you know, when you have a chain ban, when you put all the regulations
Yeah.
in place, and an adoption assumes signs a contract, that they understand all these regulations with the protection of the animal,
Yes.
and whether that, yes, decreases, once they read everything, whether that decreases, they'll say, well, I don't think I want that responsibility, or it makes no difference which one.
Well, you know, I think that having an animal sterilized before they're adopted, it takes the burden off of the new owner or guardian to get that done. There really is no excuse not to sterilize your animal. It's better for their health. We're not adding to the overpopulation crisis. Really, I mean, if you're in the animal welfare business, you would want the animals to be sterilized before they're adopted out, so that that's not another animal that you're sending out into the public who could have puppies or kittens, and then those puppies or kittens could be, you know, back in the shelter or given away, you know, decreasing the opportunity for animals already in the shelter to be adopted.
Yeah. Well, anyway, like I say, you're pretty much trying to make the public aware of animal treatment laws, and better treatment of animals, and that they better understand what's going on and the responsibility
Yes.
of owning an animal, a pet.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
I just need one clarification, Ms. Felice. You had said that charges had been dropped on a couple in Nash County?
Yes.
And I was just wondering, were the charges dropped because there was no ban in effect for chaining or tethering?
No, I mean, the case was, they weren't really charged for the chaining, they were charged for starving the dogs. They were charged with cruelty to animals, and I believe the charges were dropped against the mother. I'm not exactly sure why the charges were dropped against the mother, and I think that the son was already in jail and facing other charges, and so they just, they took the most serious charges in their eyes, which I think was larceny, I believe, and dropped the cruelty.
Yeah, I remember that case now.
Yes.
Okay, thank
But
you.
if there had been these dogs were chained, and so had there been an ordinance in place, they would not have been allowed to be chained, which means that animal control could have gone onto the property much sooner, educated on the ordinance, and perhaps, you know, the dogs would not have had to suffer the way they did.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. Just a few things, and when you look at our budget for fiscal year '26 and what we're recommending for '27, when you look at specifically animal control operations and expansions, we're projecting or recommending a 57% increase in contracts for vets, 681% increase in gasoline, 189% increase in supplies. And of course, with janitorial contracts and pest control, there are all new items being added to the budget next year. So I think we're putting a lot of focus on our animal shelter now and our animals in Nash County. There's an expense with that, and of course, reproduction is one of the root causes. So if we can work with our animal shelter and prevent that, then we're going to reduce these costs. And as she mentioned, we're going to provide a better environment for these animals and for the citizens in Nash County. So thank you, Rebecca, for your presentation. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to express my support for Nash County adopting a mandatory spay and neuter program. As a practical, responsible solution to our growing animal population changes, this policy is not just about giving animal welfare. It directly affects public safety, public health, and county finances, as I just mentioned. Counties that have implemented mandatory sterilization have seen clear results: fewer stray animals, fewer nuisance complaints, lower shelter intake. When they reduce the number of unwanted litters entering our system, we reduce the workload on our animal control officers and the operational costs borne by the taxpayers' burden. A mandatory program also improves public safety. Unaltered animals are more likely to roam, fight, and behave aggressively. Reducing the population means fewer dangerous encounters for residents and fewer calls for service. From a physical standpoint, this is simply good stewardship. Every stray animal that enters our shelter represents a cost. When intake goes down, county expenses go down, and mandatory spay and neutering program is one of the most effective long-term strategies to stabilize those costs. Finally, this policy promotes responsible pet ownership while still allowing the county to partner with local veterinarians and nonprofits to ensure compliance is accessible and affordable. In short, this program protects our citizens, reduces long-term cost, improves the quality of life for both the people and the animals in Nash County. I respectfully encourage the board to move forward with this initiative at a later date. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other comments from Commission? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful
All right.
day.
We will now move to item number 9, our budget presentation, public hearing. County Manager Stacy Stackman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we have our public hearing, as you know, we've got some budget items for the board to consider. And I'm going to ask my folks back there to help me with the clicking today, please.
The first question is, has it been on the website for the public to review?
Pardon me?
The budget. I said, have it been on the website for the public to be able to review?
Yes, sir.
The budget? Okay.
Yes, it was posted to the website, and it was made available in the manager's office.
All right.
Okay. Okay, so the first item for consideration are the sheriff's vehicles. The sheriff requested 18 vehicles in the CIP budget for fiscal year '27. We currently have 13 vehicles budgeted in the recommended CIP. To add 5 additional vehicles, staff would recommend adding $325,000 to the budget. That's at $65,000 per vehicle for purchase and upfit. To take the CIP to the full request of the sheriff, an additional $570,000 would need to be added to the CIP, and we need to know what the wishes of the board are.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Davis.
Could we hear all the requests and then take action on each one of them? I'd like to know the cumulative total before I take action on the individual one.
Any problem with that?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right, so the next item is going to be for detention center food and provisions. The current expenses in Munis through May 29th are $520,968. The recommended budget for FY27 is $550,000. The requested budget for food and provisions for FY27 is $780,000. The next item is detention center inmate medical. For the detention center inmate medical, the current expenses in Munis are $818,437. The recommended budget is $800,000. These costs have soared over the past several years, and staff are currently looking into our ability to offer inmates a market plan for their medical coverage in lieu of the county paying out-of-pocket for all charges. We have had some initial discussions with the sheriff about this possibility and plan to explore it further once we conclude this budget season. The requested budget for FY27 is $990,375. And then we can go on to the next one. The next item is adding additional CIP funding. This item is about additional funding for the CIP. Although the new EMS station and Miracle Park additions are not funded in the FY27 budget, staff will need some seed money to address items such as preliminary engineering work, permitting, cost estimates, and others. $200,000 is being requested for these initial costs for these projects. The next item is for lease rent for EMS stations. This rent amount has not been adjusted for many years. Staff calculated using the Consumer Price Index and recommend adding $50,000 to the rent line item in the EMS budget. This would take the cost per square foot from $6 a square foot to just over $9 a square foot. The next item is a request for detention salary increases. We've had several discussions this budget season around benchmark positions. These are included annually with our salary study as a way for Nash County to keep an eye on the market across the organization. We know our detention officer position is a hard position to fill for Nash County, and we've been running between 14 and 17 vacancies this year. This reality, along with benchmark data indicating that we are 7% below the average for our detention office pay, staff recommends an adjustment to detention officer pay, base pay of 6%, and 4% for the sworn detention transport officer position, and 4% for the senior detention officer position. This adjustment, along with the 2.75% cost of living adjustment, should aid in recruitment. The cost of this recommendation is $150,000, and we believe that the current recommended budget could accommodate these increases with no adjustment due to lapsed salary funding. As you are aware, the sheriff sent the board a memo requesting increases, and you will see to the far right of the screen the sheriff's request. These increases would cost $429,681, and the sheriff's memo, he indicated generating these dollars in the in next year's budget by not filling 5 detention officer positions. And the next item is concerning funding allocation for the fire departments. Commissioner Leggett has made a request to fund fire departments at $50,000 each for staffing in the FY27 budget totaling $750,000. The board received a letter of support from Fire Chief Chris Joyner, who is also the president of the Nash County Fire Association. Mr. Boone and I met with Mr. Joyner and discussed some important details to consider. Those items to consider are that not all fire departments have an annual audit performed. The contract the county has with fire departments states that they are to provide an annual audit performed by a CPA. However, in October of 2013, The Nash County Finance Office sent a letter to volunteer fire departments letting them know that the county is no longer requiring an independent audit for fire districts. The county currently provides funding to outside agencies as part of a structured program that we require an annual audit for. It would be inconsistent for the county to require an audit for $25,000 or more through that program and not require it for $50,000 allocated to the fire departments. Items such as how the pay will work for those who do not currently process a payroll. Would the pay come from the county, with the county receiving timesheets, or would be on a reimbursement schedule? What benefits would be provided to these workers? Will they earn leave and other benefits? Chief Joyner mentioned a recent change in workers' compensation and recommends that checks and balances be in place to ensure that workers' compensation is in place. And also, what reporting would the county require? So, the recommendation from Chief Joyner is to establish a fire commission with 7 members to include fire chiefs from both fully paid fire departments and fully volunteer fire departments, along with the 3 areas of the county, representation coming from the 3 areas of the county being the southern, central, and northern, as well as county staff, maybe our emergency management director or our deputy county manager or both. If the board approves this approach, staff could plan to present proposed initial 7 members at the June 15th meeting. They would be appointed to work together to formulate a proposal and plans to answer the questions that were posed here today. If the board recommends approval, the goal would be to be ready to provide funding in January. The commission could also be charged with work that is needed for moving forward to bring proposals to the board about how the future of fire services look in Nash County. And those would be the items that I have prepared for you all to consider today.
Okay. Now I think we're back to item number 1. We'll take each item. Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Chairman, board members, as well as the public taxpayers of Nash County, this morning I'm at a spot where I think we should approve the budget that was recommended by staff. We had no less than 8 people work on that for about 4 to 5 months. They brought us a budget that, of course, in my conservative thinking, was still too high, but it was a very fair budget. It had an increase of 3.8% overall. I do have a couple items on this list that I am willing to support at the proper time. But when you look through the list, for instance, the sheriff's vehicles, 18 vehicles were requested. We approved 13. It seems that some board members think it's not correct for the asset forfeitures that come from the federal program should not be used for things like that. If we're going to run a I-95 interdiction team, if we're going to have a highway safety team, there's no reason why those funds shouldn't be used to furnish some of these cars. The proposal was very fair. If indeed the taxpayers of Nash County are going to fully fund the sheriff's department, this board should seriously consider changing the policy that we've had for 9 years, where we allowed the sheriff to do what he chose to do with those funds that he receives from the federal government for any type of charges that he has, and there's money involved in it. I think he gets 80% of those monies that are intercepted. This board made that decision because it gave the sheriff an opportunity, if he really wanted to run these I-95 interdiction teams and so forth, which I know the sheriff understands. I've never been in favor of that. I think it's too dangerous. I think it's too dangerous for our deputies to be out there on the I-95. You never know what it is you're going to stop. certainly the sheriff does a great job of training our employees to work in that venue. And they do a great job of it. And so thankful that thus far, no one has been hurt, to my knowledge, with the exception, I have to retract that statement because there have been some instances, but I'm not sure they were drug-related. But anyway, my point is, those funds should really be turned over in the general fund. That's what the state requires us to do, and they go directly to our public school systems. If indeed we're going to fully fund the sheriff department, this board needs to take action to require all forfeitures and fines to be turned over to our school system. That's where the money needs to go anyway. The fact that our sheriff is, and I don't think a lot of Keith Stone, because I do. He is a great sheriff. I want that fully understood. But on the other hand, it's just not right. If you look at other counties, the majority of them, those fines and forfeitures, regardless of the nature, go into the general fund. And I'm sure many of them end up in the school system. That's where our money should be going. We've got needs in our public school systems. We should use all fines and forfeitures to go in the public school system if indeed we're going to fully fund the sheriff's department like has been proposed by this list of items here. I don't think it's fair. We have a sheriff that has connections to the feds, which is great help to Nash County. He has friends that have great connections, and that's why we're able to get the very large amount of fines and forfeitures and push our cases into the federal courts. Many of them probably shouldn't be in federal courts, but with the help that the sheriff is able to receive, they go in federal court. Therefore, those fines and forfeitures are put in his budget to spend pretty much like he wants to. Of course, we have to account for it. I mean, we got to make sure fines and forfeitures and any revenue the county collects is properly spent and accounted for. When you go down to the detention center's request for additional food items as well as medical cost, folks, the facts are we have too many inmates over there in our jail. There are probably 100 of those inmates, 324, I think.
Mr. Chairman, are we discussing the first one, or I'm confused?
I'm
Commissioner
discussing
Davis.
my reason for not supporting the item.
All right, hold on a minute.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What we should be doing is finding ways to help these people in our jail. There are many of them over there that have mental issues. There are many of them over there that have drug issues. Being put in jail does not help our citizens, and they are our most vulnerable citizens, quite frankly. It's just not right to continue building jail space to put our Nash County citizens in, or other citizens from other areas, and not help them so they will not return to our jail system. Many counties in North Carolina have programs that they have in place to help the people that are over there that have drug addictions. Many of them have programs in place to help the mentally ill. I've asked for a roster of the people in jail, have not received that yet. I think we need to start looking at why they are there, how many times they've returned, and find those programs that will help reduce that population rather than continue to add to it. We've added well over 100 inmates in a 10-month period. I think I know the reason for that, but I'm not here to discuss that this morning. And I hope a time doesn't come when this county has to support $134 million, the sheriff's numbers, new jail complex. But seriously, we've got to get serious about helping our people. It's a responsibility that this board has. It's a responsibility that all citizens have. I have dealt with this personally myself. I know what can be done. I know what we can do to help these people. And our DA, who is up for election, our sheriff, who is up for election, needs to buy into this and do what they can to bring the jail population down. And I don't think there's any board member on this board that if the time comes next March, next April, whenever it is, that we're out of funds for food, what are we going to do? Or what is the board going to do? They're going to fund it. Same thing with medical costs. If we run out of money, we're going to fund it. But why not incentivize by giving a reasonable amount as we go in this budget? The staff has spent many hours researching. They produced a great budget. And I just feel we need to take that. Now, the items that I'll take that back. I will let you know as I go what items that I will support or that I feel like are available to look at. And certainly the thing with the volunteer fire departments, I've always said there's no better deal in Nash County than volunteer fire departments. We need to do what we can do to prolong that system as long as we can prolong it. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I will stand down for the time being, but I seriously hope this board will consider looking at our original budget as presented by the staff that is a very qualified staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Aaron, just a point of clarification. So we're talking about item number 1 here on the vehicles. Could Commissioner Davis say whether he's in supporting that or not? I couldn't tell by his statement. It was so much blurred there between all the other discussion items. Is he in favor of it or is he against it?
Mr. Howell, I'm sorry it was blurred. I don't think it was blurred to everyone, but I certainly do not support this. I think I made it clear that sheriff should be furnishing some of these vehicles if indeed we're going to continue to allow him to have all federal fines and forfeitures.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Ayrton, I guess I have a question for our county manager. Does state statute dictate on asset forfeiture which funds go to the sheriff's office and which ones go to the school system?
They do.
Are we following those state guidelines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we do have money going to our school system currently,
We do.
and our sheriff's department has money as well. Is it a true statement that in the last 10 years, our sheriff's department has used asset forfeiture funds to purchase 74 vehicles for Nash County?
That's true.
Is it also true that there is no asset forfeiture funds available currently?
I believe that's true.
So that being the case, our sheriff has come to us and said, hey, I'm out of money. I need vehicles. Is it a true statement that we approved for SROs 3 positions earlier this year?
Correct.
Is it also a true statement that for the forecast for next year, we've approved 3 more positions for the sheriff's office?
Correct.
So that would be 6 new positions. Would those positions require a vehicle?
They would.
So what the sheriff is asking for is 18 vehicles in total. 6 of those 18 are going to new positions. And if I remember correctly, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I think it's somewhere around 98 vehicles our sheriff's department has, based on the mileage and patrolling the roads. They have to replace them about every 5 years, approximately. So he's asking for 18. I think if you divide 18 into 98, plus the 6 new positions, I think that's still less vehicles than what he's asking for. So I hear what some others have said, but the math just ain't adding up to me. It looks pretty simple to me here that the sheriff has used asset forfeiture to save the taxpayers in Nash County money by purchasing 74 vehicles. The sheriff is out of asset forfeiture funds. He's telling you he needs equipment to keep his officers safe on the job, to patrol the streets, to keep our citizens safe. But yet, we want to dictate to the sheriff how he spends it. Looks like to me he's trying to do the right thing for the citizens of Nash County. I just can't say the same that it appears that way with the methodology we're trying to come up with this. So I'm in full support of these 18 vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. One question for the attorney. How is that fine and forfeiture statute as far as the public schools? Should they, is there a percentage the sheriff should receive and do as he wish, or should all of them go to the public school system? How is that formula represented?
Nikki, where's Nikki? Do you want to speak to that? Okay, we can get that information to you.
Well, we kind of need that information to be able to make a good, clear decision.
You're asking if we can designate all of it for the sheriff?
Well, it's
cannot.
whether the statute say, okay, fines and forfeitures usually go to the school system. We don't want to deny our school system funds that they should be receiving. And if we should be buying the vehicles, I personally would rather see that all the money go to the school system so they could do what they need to do.
So our finance officer said the state funds go to the schools? It would be the federal funds, correct?
Yes.
That would stay with the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
All right, Commissioner Wilk.
you asked what I was going to, but I would like to see for the past 5 years, if that's not an issue, how much went to public schools, and then how much went to the sheriff's office.
We can get that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Belfield.
I believe I heard you say in your report that the EMS stations are paying rent. Who are they renting from?
I believe it's the volunteer fire departments. When they're in those shared spaces, we pay rent.
It's not quite
Do you know
clear.
which stations they are?
Could you explain that?
There's 8 of them. I
Spoon,
can give you a
yeah.
list.
So there's eight volunteer fire departments or fire departments where our EMS are stationed there, and we pay rent to them.
Oh, okay. We're paying rent for the EMS to be stationed at the fire department.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you.
Coopers, Castalia, Mount Pleasant, Westmount, Red Oak, Brattleboro, Spring Hope, Middlesex.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
I want to make it clear, because I do know sometimes I'm not clear in what I'm saying. But it is factual that all state cases, fines and forfeitures, go to the school system. It is the current practice of Nash County that the federals do not go in our general fund or go through our general fund, but the sheriff uses them like he wishes to use. My suggestion is that indeed, if we're going to fully fund the sheriff's department, as has been asked by some here, that this board, I'm thinking, can take action to make all fine and forfeitures go to the school system. That was what I stated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Outlaw?
Mr. Chairman, what's the direction here? Are we going to deal with these one at a time? Or are we going to take a consensus vote to give the manager direction for the budget? What are we going to do here? I personally, number one, I fully support the sheriff and the vehicles that he has requested. What's the plan?
Well, each one of these items are important, and we need to go through each one individually, I think. And that's, we're under discussion. We're trying to understand both sides and all the issues we need to understand, both sides, because we talk about a lot of money, and we'll, just need to know what we're doing. Commissioner?
One more
Dave.
point I'd like to make is the manager's recommended budget has put an additional little over $1 million in the sheriff's budget, which is right at a little over 10%. The average that the county department's got was 3.8%. I think she has been extremely fair with the sheriff's department with the original budget that was proposed.
Okay. As far as the fine and forfeiture, our policies, any desire to change that or keep it as it is before we go with this vote?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would need to be looked into. I don't think we should make that decision to change the policy today. We should certainly study it more. We should make sure it's legal. It's only my assumption that it is because I know some other counties do that.
Okay. Otherwise, we need to know the wish of the board on this particular item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may, it's a simple question. It's whether we're going to fund the 18 vehicles or not. And the sheriff has made it plain and simple and told you he has used the asset fortress. So if you change everything as you're talking about and put it all back over in general fund, he would have spent the money on 74 vehicles that he's already spent for the previous 10 years. So he's not taking the money and going out and taking trips to Las Vegas and gambling. He's buying them for vehicles to put his officers in on the road. And he's told you he's out of funds. And to keep the vehicles in good shape, to keep the officers safe, patrolling our citizens, to keep our citizens safe, he's told you, I need these vehicles to keep the rotation. And if we fail to support this, we'll be doing the same thing we done to our EMS team, where we did not support the ambulances and replace them as we were supposed to, and we got a completely outdated fleet and having to replace them all in 3 years. So what we're doing is being proactive here by supporting this to prevent the situation that we're going through currently with our EMS. And the same thing we put our EMS staff in. Vehicles that won't run, that break down, tires falling off, they won't work. So what we're doing here is we've got an opportunity right now to prevent this from occurring by being proactive in doing it. If we don't approve this, then we're going to put those vehicles that's out there in use, and we're going to jeopardize the safety of our officers and also our citizens as we transport them, not to mention the response time and getting back and forth to our citizens. And we're at a situation in Nash County currently where this county is growing. The calls for service are increasing. We've looked at strategic plans, and over the next 9 years, 911 and the sheriff's calls are going to double. So this is not a time to cut back on funding and supporting our infrastructure for our public safety. It's a time to support it greatly. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Belfield.
I have a question. I don't think this has ever come up before since I've been on the board. Can we vote on line items? Maybe the attorney can tell us a particular line item that maybe all of us don't agree on, or
Well,
rather than voting in general on the total budget. Before we do that, can we vote on some line items?
Yeah, well, this is kind of a line item. All right, the floor is open. Is there a motion to accept or deny this first request?
I move for approval of item number 1 as stated.
Second.
Is this a consensus vote,
It
Mr.
is a
Chairman?
consensus vote.
Okay.
All right, then
This
move.
vote, consensus, gives the manager direction for establishing the budget.
And may I ask for clarification? Is your motion for the remainder of what the sheriff asked for, which is $570,000, or the $325,000 that it would take to provide $65,000 for each of those 5 vehicles?
There are 10 vehicles in the budget currently.
13.
Well, the 13, the 3 additional ones are for the 3 new officers that are being added. So you got 18, you need to add 8, and then you'd have 21 total. You've got 10 budgeted plus the 3 detention,
Correct?
and the sheriff asked for 18.
Correct. So we need to fund 5 more.
I think it's 8 more. But whatever, that's my understanding. Is that incorrect?
It's 5 more.
The sheriff requested 18 vehicles.
5 would get us to 18.
18 vehicles carry you at 18 per year. That handles the removal of those vehicles that are high mileage. These 3 additional vehicles that you're talking about are for the new officers that are being added to the staff. That's my understanding.
I think he factored the new officers into his request for 18. That was addressed in the sheriff's memo. So he asked for a total of 18.
So he asked for a total of 18.
Yes, sir.
Then that would be my motion. I think we've got, and I've said this before, and I'll say it one more time, I'm not in law enforcement, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an everyday average person. I have great respect for this sheriff. He knows what he's doing. He's the best sheriff in North Carolina, and we need to support him and support our citizens by supporting him in public safety. So I support his request. I'll go down the line and I'll support all of his requests. Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you for that clarification, Deputy Manager.
No problem.
All right, is the motion this is to add the $570,000?
I was trying to learn if that's the motion for the amount. Is it for the 570 or the 325 that it would take to purchase 5 more at 65,000?
It sounds like we need 5 more.
We need
That would
5
meet-
more.
That meets the sheriff's request,
Correct.
and that would be the 300 plus, right?
Yes.
Then that would be my motion.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, the motion been moved and properly second.
Oh.
Now it's open for discussion.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I think the difference in the numbers is, so we'll all understand, is what the sheriff asked for per vehicle versus what the staff has determined to be the cost for the vehicles. That's why we're off in the numbers. The staff has determined it takes 60,000 plus to provide a vehicle. The sheriff had a higher number than that. May have something to do with the type vehicles, I'm not sure. But that's the difference in the numbers, and it appears like that the motion was for the 325 based on the 5 vehicles at what the staff determined they could be bought for.
No, the motion is the 5 vehicles at what the sheriff requested in the total ask. What is that number?
That would be adding an additional 570,000.
So what's the difference in the 3 and the 5?
What the sheriff used to calculate the cost would be for his 18 vehicles, and what we are looking at are actual costs, the vehicles that have been purchased and the upfit. They were running between 61 and 63,000, I believe, for this year, so we put 65 in there for next year.
So is that a fair cost for the vehicles, the 5 additional vehicles, 65,000 is what you're saying?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Then that would be my motion. That total number is 325, right?
325.
Mr. Chair.
You said a total of, bring the total to 25 vehicles? Is that what you?
No, sir, adding 325,000 to the CIP for 5 additional vehicles.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Howell.
Point of clarification, so just to make sure I understand correctly. So we're looking at 18 vehicles times $65,000, which is $1,170,000? Is that what we're proposing?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the amount that the sheriff asked for total 18 total vehicles?
1.3 something. Jonathan has it in his stack there.
And do you know what the discrepancy there is?
The number that the sheriff used to calculate the cost and what staff are using to calculate the cost.
And just for clarification, these vehicles are on state contracts, so the price is preset for the vehicle. This is upfitting and charges for decals, radios.
All of that.
Equipment to go in the vehicles. So we got $100-something discrepancy between what he's asking and I guess who determined what those prices were? If it wasn't the sheriff, who determined those?
The vehicle purchases that we're making today.
Okay.
And the upfits that we're doing today, we know what those costs are. We're paying those bills today.
So
And
you're saying they're running an
we're-
average 63 to 65,000 today?
Well, 61 to 63 during this current year.
Okay,
So next year, we're putting 65 in.
okay. Thank you for clarification.
Yes, sir.
All right.
1346370.
13.
46370.
Okay, no further discussion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
nay?
All right. Got one opposed. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Can you clarify who made the second for me, please?
Commissioner Howard.
Thank you.
Okay, we all clear on that motion?
Okay. The next item is for the detention food and provisions.
All right, any discussion on detention center food item provision?
Chairman.
Commissioner Legg.
With this item in particular, it looks like the recommended amount is reasonable. It's in line with the current expenses, and as it was mentioned previously about this item, if it has a shortfall at the end of FY '27, it will be funded without question. It won't go unfunded. It's a mandate that we do fund it. So I do support the recommended budget amount on this.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Leggett's thoughts were mine exactly. If it should fall short, we can always go back and add to that item. If we give the entire amount now, not saying it could be, but any department could maybe use some of those funds for something else, but there's always the possibility that the board could go back and add an amendment to the budget.
All right, Commissioner Leggett, is that a motion?
Yes, sir. And I did want to also note, I will be on the board. I do plan to be on the board at the end of, into next year. I will be one of the first ones to make the motion to fund it if this line item runs short. So, yes, I do make the motion.
All right, you heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Davis, second. Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Howell?
I don't know where to start. I'm not sure we quite understand budgeting. If you're spending this year more than you're forecasting for next year, and you'd been told that you're going to have the same number of inmates next year, then you need this budget for the same amount that you spent this year to make it equal zero. Budgeting 101. If you also know that we just got the state to approve and open dorms 4 and 5 in our jail facility, and we're going to add 46 more inmates in there because we're currently housing inmates in other jails because we don't have space for them in our jail, then you're going to have an increase on top of this year. So why wouldn't you at least budget what you know you're going to need? And I hear some say that we can move the money. You don't have a choice. Let's just be clear, folks. The general statute says you will house inmates, you will feed inmates, and you will provide medical care. That's a state law. We don't have a choice on that. It's not up for a vote by us. The state law says you will do it. So we're going to do it, or we'll face legal consequences. What we need to do here for our budget for Nash County is be transparent with our citizens in Nash County. Budget appropriately. If it requires this amount of funding, we need to put the funds there. And yes, that may mean you take funds from other places in the county that you have the option to spend. We don't have an option here. We're required to do this. It's the right thing to do. It's the statute that says we have to do it. So we need to budget at least what we know we're going to spend. Not to mention, people like to talk about the time staff has on hand and what they do and everything. Every time we go outside of this, we're requiring our finance staff to come back with a budget amendment. We're requiring our sheriff's department to come up with paperwork and forms and fill out and come back before the board. And we tried this. We tried it this year. We've got bills this year from February that we couldn't pay because there weren't funds in the account. And it took us till May to pay our vendors. Now, if you're out here in this audience and you're one of our vendors that didn't get paid till May for services you provided us in February, would you not want us to budget the money up front to make sure you get paid timely? That's the right thing to do. Be transparent and be fair to our vendors. Don't make them jump through hoops to get paid for services that they rendered to us just because we didn't have the appropriate funds in there. So we didn't budget it last year. Can't change that. But we're sitting here in front of you today telling you that you're going to have these inmates here. And we've got the funds, but we're not putting the funds in there where they're appropriately supposed to be. We need a true representation of our budget, our operational budget. And if it means we have to move money from other places, that's fine. We move it. And then we go back and look at those areas where we moved it from and we make adjustments. We make hard decisions. That's part of being leaders. But you have to budget what you know you're going to spend. If you're not, that's not being transparent with the citizens in Nash County. And I don't know about the rest of the people in this room, but a dollar's hard to come by this day and time, and it needs to be spent appropriately. So I have to decline to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Outlaw.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot add anything to what Commissioner Howell just said. It's very clear. He said it very, very well. I would be in support of increasing this budget to support the current level of spending.
All right, Commissioner Davis.
I second the motion for the reason I explained up front. We have people in our jail that do not need to be in our jail. We need to adopt policies that help these people. We don't need to continue to see how many people we can put in Nash County jail. Why not do the right thing and help those citizens in Nash County that need the help that they need? Whether it's mental or whether it's drug addiction, they're both pretty much the same, quite frankly. But let's go to work and see what we can do to reduce the jail population, not continue to take taxpayers' money and fund ever how many we can put in there. It's just not the right approach. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
I think Commissioner Belfield hasn't spoke yet. Commissioner
All right,
Belfield.
the county manager, you are recommending an increase from 520,968 to 550.
Commissioner Belfield, their current expenses for the current year that we're in through the end of May was $520,968. What we have budgeted for next year is $550,000. The request from the sheriff's office is $780,000.
Well, we know food costs is going up, but I agree with Commissioner Davis that we ought to set up a program where that inmates don't just keep coming back. When they leave, they ought to be able to get a job and defend for themselves rather than depending on the public.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins.
I just want to say, it was mentioned that we will have more next year. We can't go by what we think, how many inmates we're going to have incarcerated or at the detention center next year. We go by what we have now, and as we've seen from the daily reports, there's been between 300 and, I believe, 330 at any given time in the detention center. And so to say there will be more next year, I can't vote on something that, may happen next year. And here again, if we didn't have an avenue out, I would vote for what the sheriff's department wanted, but we can go back and adjust the budget and put the funding in there so that they will have it. And so, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Outlaw.
Just respectfully make two comments. If we don't have more next year, we have what we have now. We're not budgeting for next year what we've got now. The second thing, I would say again, I don't believe that our sheriff is just putting people in the jail to be putting them in the jail. He's doing his job. He's doing his job. And I, for one, am thankful that he's doing his job.
Commissioner Howell.
To further add to Commissioner Outlaw's point, our total population today is 323. However, 17 of those inmates are not in our jail. They're housed in other facilities in North Carolina because we don't have the room for them, number one. Number two, you hear about this further along as we discussed today as well. We don't have detention officers for that area because this jail that we've added onto and remodeled, which we were advised not to, because of the situation that we're in, because we got a 100% turnover rate when our detention officers is in there. So we're going to continue to have this problem. The expenses have gone up tremendously for our jail. That's why we're discussing today. And I can't sit up here in a good conscience and say, okay, just come back to us next year. And we'll add more money and take care of it because the law requires us to. It's not our choice. We're having to do it. But at the same time, we're not being transparent with the taxpayers in Nash County because we're taking the funds that we should be putting here and we're spending somewhere else. So all I'm asking for is let's be transparent with our citizens. We owe it to them. Explain to them where the money goes. And it's not going to stop. We're going to keep dumping funds into this jail because of the way it's laid out and the implications that it has on those officers who are having to serve. It's one of the worst ones in the state, if not in several states around. We can't change that today, just like we can't open the doors and let everybody out of the jails today. But, you know, I know just here this week I saw one where we had an arrest for drugs. 12 kilos here in my area was apprehended here recently. That's 12 kilos. I bet you there's not a person in this audience here today that's not affected by drugs. We all are affected by it. So by opening the door and letting them out and letting them keep poisoning our children and our grandchildren is not the answer. Yes, we need to step up and look and do other fund sources and do things. But, you know, I challenge my fellow commissioners to put your money where your mouth is. Our outside agency funding, Middlesex Children's Home, we don't fund them. It's a proven statistic. 25% of the kids in that children's home, when they get 18, are going to be incarcerated. Statistics prove it. So let's put some money there. Let's be proactive and put the money ahead of it instead of getting behind it. But today, we just can't open the doors. We can't just stop funding what we're doing. This is a gradual change. But if we don't get in front of it, the citizens in Nash County is going to pay the price. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we understand Commissioner Leggett's motion, and her motion is to follow the recommendation of the staff, and that if the budget calls for more money, then, like you say, the general statute, we will pay the bill. Is that correct, Commissioner Leggett?
Correct.
All right. We're ready to take a vote on her motion. All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
We got 2 noes?
3.
3. Commissioner Leggett. All right. Got 3 noes and 4 recommend. Yes.
I just want to make a comment. In our discussion, it brought me way back to when I was in the military. Each fiscal year, we already had a budget and didn't spend it all, but ammunition, and we didn't use, I meant that we didn't use it all. What happened, the leadership of the battalion said, take them troops out to the range and shoot that ammunition up so we can request the same thing again. Now, they could have saved the taxpayers some money, but they wanted to make sure that whatever they ask for, they get. And I'm beginning to read into what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. You got a request. We can amend the budget if it's needed. And I don't think we should, we need to scrutinize and look at the budget more clearly and vote for what is reasonable. And if something come up that you need more, the budget can be amended along the way.
All right, thank you, Ms. Belfield. Now we'll go to the next item.
So the next item is for the detention center inmate medical. Current expenses in Munis are $818,437. The recommended budget is at $800,000. The requested budget was $990,000. And so for this item, we have had some discussion with the sheriff, and we have learned that there are other counties that are taking advantage of this opportunity to sign up inmates for a marketplace plan. And on the healthcare.gov
Manager, excuse me. Commissioner Davis cough. Could you restate that? I didn't hear what you said.
So we have learned that some other counties are taking advantage of signing inmates up for healthcare plans, marketplace plans, so that the county is not footing the full bill for medical cost. They would have coverage. And so the government has put out who qualifies for those plans, and they have stated that if you are in jail or prison pending a disposition of a charge, then you qualify for a plan. If somebody is incarcerated and they already have a charge, they do not qualify for a plan. So we have talked to the sheriff about looking into this some more, getting with the Person County Sheriff to see how he got it started. We've talked with staff at the Senior Center because they're familiar with signing people up with marketplace plans, Medicare Part D, all of those items, and we would like the opportunity to look into this to see if we can start saving the county some money.
All right. Commissioner Davis.
I think the clerk had a question about the previous vote, Mr. Chairman. She was trying to get your attention.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. I just need Commissioner Belfield to verify his vote. He voted no, but then he made comments to the contrary.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I voted no.
No to support the county manager's recommendation? Was that your vote?
No, the sheriff's recommendation, what was it, not? Could you turn back to it?
County manager, can you
Yeah, the 780,000, I voted against that. And take what the county manager had recommended, the 550,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so yours was a yes vote for the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
No, I
may I
voted.
clarify?
I voted no on the request for the 780,000.
That was that
Right.
the motion?
I tell you, we get this thing.
That was not the motion, Commissioner Belfield.
Right. Commissioner Belfield, the motion was to accept the recommended budget request from the staff was 550,000, and you voted for the 780,000 request that the sheriff presented. I don't know whether you misunderstood that, but that's what you voted for.
Yeah, got me confused here now. I don't think I'm voting for one thing and it's another.
Mr. Chairman, may I clarify?
Commissioner Legg.
Weren't we dealing with the detention center, food and provision?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Belfield, my motion was to follow the recommendation of the county manager. So my motion was for the 550,000.
Well, that's what I thought. Okay, if that's what the motion was, I thought you were saying the motion was to vote for the budget request of 780, but if it was for the 550,000, yes, I vote yes on that. Change. If that was the motion, I didn't understand it as being the motion. I vote yes on the 550,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Now, do we have it straight now?
Yes, sir. Thank you so
All right.
much.
All right.
Okay, is everybody understanding okay with that? Attorney, that fall in line with procedure?
As long as y'all accept it, I think that's correct.
That's why I say y'all accept Commissioner Bellfield's
Yes, sir.
vote. Okay, all right, let's move forward. Okay, now we are on the detention inmate medical. Commissioner Davis.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we accept the county's staff recommendation for this line item.
All right. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Bellfield. Discussion on this motion. Commissioner Outlaw?
Madam Manager, was the sheriff in agreement with what you just gave us?
He was very encouraged and that we would be looking into it, and yes.
But I mean, was he supportive of it?
Yes.
Okay.
But he did not amend his request. He was supportive of us looking into enrolling inmates in a market plan, but he did not amend his requested amount.
Okay, so he was
Right.
supportive of what you're looking at doing, but he still made his request as is.
Correct.
Okay. Then I would be supporting the sheriff's request and encourage you to continue to look into that.
Okay. We had a motion on the floor.
Vic Bellfield made the motion, Fred made the
Right,
second.
right. Okay. Commissioner Howell.
Madam Manager, can you clarify, do we have any more budget amendments for medical expenses projections for this year for '26?
Yes.
Do we know what that amount is ballpark? I'm sorry?
100,000.
Another 100,000? Is that another budget amendment for today, later today? So actually, our current expenses for fiscal year '26 is going to jump to $918,000 for this year. Is that correct?
I don't know what.
If we, she's got a budget amendment today for $100,000 that she's going to ask the board to vote on. And of course, we're going to have to approve it because state statute says we have to pay for medical.
That's, right.
Okay?
So the 818 is not what is budgeted for the current year. It's what they've spent.
Okay.
So
But
I'm
we're,
not sure what the budget is.
but we're putting in another 118, or excuse me, another 100,000 in for this year today.
We are, to ensure that we can meet all of the
So to make sure I understand it correctly, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but we're looking at 918,000 in Munis for expenses for medical for this year, but we're putting in a request for fiscal year next year of 800,000, which is close to 200,000 or a little more less than what we're putting in this year.
Correct, and we anticipate savings through enrollment in market plans.
Do you know what percentage of those savings would be?
I don't.
So it could be $50,000 or it could be $1 million. We don't know. So we're really not far enough down the road yet, really, to activate this program yet. But it sounds like it could be cost savings for us and more benefits for the individuals as well. But again, we're going to gamble at putting the funds in there appropriately to budget this. I'll let this go, but it's the same thing as the previous one. We're underfunding this line item, and then we're using those funds somewhere else in the county for some projects that may or may not be required by law at the citizens' expense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on this item? Okay, well, again, we will pay, and hopefully the staff with the marketplace, request that they'll find a better market that we can lower this rate. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion that we go with the recommended budget request of $800,000? Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
What we got? 3 noes? All right. 3 noes and 4 yes. All right.
Okay. The The next item is for additional CIP funding. Again, the new EMS station and some additional projects at Miracle Park at Coopers are not funded in the next year's budget, but we do need some seed money to start preliminary engineering work, permits, cost estimates, and et cetera. We're requesting $200 to be $200,000 to be added to the CIP for these items.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Discussion on the motion.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Are we taking a consensus vote on this, or is it an actual vote?
Well,
Was it clarified? I just would like to know.
Well, for the public clarification, the difference between consensus and a real vote. What do you mean?
Which one are we taking?
It's consensus.
Consensus?
Mr. Chairman, I've understood any votes we're taking right now is a consensus vote.
All right. Okay. Consensus vote.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Was there another question? All right, you heard the motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carried.
The next item is lease rent payments for EMS stations. Again, this amount has not been adjusted in many years. Staff have calculated to move it from $6 a square foot to just over $9 a square foot, which would require an additional $50,000 added to the rent line item in the EMS budget.
Move the request, Mr. Chairman.
Say, who made? Okay, that was a motion to approve.
Yes, sir.
Second.
And second by Commissioner Bell.
Second.
Any discussion? Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. I think we're jumping in this a little prematurely before we make a vote on this, and I just want to make sure that my colleagues and the citizens are fully aware of the implications of this. Nash County has taken over the EMS for the county from a volunteer status 20 years ago this year. 20 years ago, we paid $6 a square foot for rental. We've not been a very good partner with our tenants or our fire departments with this, and also Mount Pleasant Incorporated. They've not seen an increase in their rate in 20 years. All the fire stations in Mount Pleasant Incorporated are all the same except the Red Oak. Red Oak is different. Red Oak gets $2.50 a square foot, and all of their maintenance fees are covered, 100%. The rest of them, there's a shared cost between the fire station, the EMS, on what is replaced, and those agreements vary per department based on the facility, which makes sense. It's my understanding today in the market, the fair market price is around $12.50 a foot. Fair market price meaning the tenant and the landowner both have to pay taxes, and in this case, neither one of us had to pay taxes, the county or those fire departments or EMS stations. So it's not quite a fair market value, but given $9 a foot seems to me to be a little low, a request, not to mention we need to build in a calculation to do an automatic increase for these individuals every year. We shouldn't allow them to go 20 more years without having an increase. So I would recommend as well that before we take a vote on this, that we put some type of clauses into the contract that would stipulate that there would be automatic, a 2% increase or more each year increase to those facilities to keep up with inflation and the cost of living. I don't think any of the stations are asking to go back for funds or anything that's been missed, but I think it's the right thing to do. Our fire department should not be out selling chicken plates and doing fundraisers to subsidize our EMS facilities. Again, it goes back to funding what we need to fund for Nash County. And you flip this scenario around, just so everybody is aware, Nash County owns the hospital, and we have an agreement with them, and we rent, and we have clauses built into the contract where they pay us an increase in inflation. So my request here is not nothing that's unusual. It's what we're asking of our tenant, so it would be only fair that we ask that and provide that to our partners as well in the county, that that we rent those facilities from. I mean, do as to others, have you them doing to you. Let's be fair in this. And so I would recommend a higher rate and also a clause built into it to indicate an increase each year for cost of living, and then some clarification in some of the contracts. Some of the contracts are very clear on what's covered and what's not. Some contracts are not clear. In other words, who replaces the doors when they break in the facility? Who replaces the furniture that our EMS team sits in while they're waiting to go to calls? We need some clarification in those contracts as well. So in my opinion, this is not a simple vote. There's more components to this that need to be looked at before we make a decision that affects our partners in the community and our first responders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett. Commissioner Wilkins.
In response to what Commissioner Howell said, if we were not anticipating or mulling over $50,000 a year to the fire stations in this year's budget, I would be probably in agreement with him. But Commissioner Leggett had made a motion, and I believe most of us were in agreement that the fire departments receive $50,000 to help with maintaining volunteers for the station. And if we increase that percentage from 2% up, I would be reluctant or have to give pause as to the $50,000. And so that's just the statement I want to make. I understand what Commissioner Howell is saying about every year and inflation, but if we're going to consider giving, again, the fire departments $50,000 a year to offset expenses, I would not be in agreement with more than that 2%.
Can we get some clarification from Mr. Boone on how we got here?
With the only distinction I want to...
Where we're moving from and where we're moving to with the staff recommendation?
Yes, the only distinction I want to make based on Commissioner Wilkins' comments is, again, just remind you, we have lease agreements in place with 8 of the 15 volunteer fire departments. So it's not part and parcel to, I feel like, maybe marry this conversation about the leases with the conversation about the additional supplement to the volunteer fire departments, whether that's for staffing or equipment or however they decide, wherever the board lands on that particular issue. But Commissioner Howell is correct that the original lease agreements date back to 2006, and at that time, $6 per square foot was established as a lease rate. We've brought that that unit price forward. This is a discussion we were having with staff this year. Middlesex came forward with a request that we revisit the lease agreement. Commissioner Howell is also correct in that not all the lease agreements are created equally. And we wanted to revisit that issue and also build in an annual escalator, which Commissioner Howell mentioned, so that we are taking into account what inflation does to these contracts. So we do want to be good partners. We recognize the service that the volunteer fire departments not only provide to the county in terms of emergency response, but also in terms of housing EMS staff. And we certainly want to recognize that and be fair to them in that regard. So that is why we requested the amount, and then the intent was to coordinate with the county attorney on an updated template for these lease agreements so that we could build some of these items into the lease agreement moving forward. But again, just adding the annual supplement that the board discussed earlier to the lease agreement, just know we're only talking about 8 of the 15 on the lease agreements. So that would still leave 7 that would be impacted that would not be impacted by any adjustment to the lease agreements and the unit price that we use for those contracts.
All right. Kind of explain how that process worked, because we own the facilities, correct, and how that process works.
There's some facility that we own, and again, these are the 8 locations that we lease space for our EMS staff. So we own EMS 800. We own the facility on Porter Road. There are 8 that we lease space. We do not own the space. So we are co-located with emergency responders.
All right. Commissioner Howell.
Just point of clarification, this isn't the initiative that Commissioner Leggett had put forward about the $50,000. This is the separate one. And we just authorized and took a consensus vote, and I think it was unanimous to spend $200,000 on building and planning a new station. All I'm asking us to do is spend the money to be good partners with our existing ones that we're using to lease, so we can continue to provide timely service to the citizens in Nash County. And also, we've got other discussion today, per Commissioner Leggett's initiative, about $50,000 for the fire departments. Just happens to be the money here is the same, but our fire departments are in need, and anything we can do to be a good partner and take the financial burden off of them. I mean, there was a fire, I think, this morning, they had to have 9 stations respond to. So, I mean, we're asking a lot of our fire departments, and I'm just thinking we just need to be fair, and if we're going to use their space for our emergency service, which they welcome, you know, they're a team, they work together, that we also be a team and partner together and help them financially as well and be fair market price. Because I don't know about anybody else in here, but what I bought 20 years ago and what I pay for that same item today has gone up at least double. Not just a little bit, but at least double, if not more in a lot of cases. And I think just an oversight, no error here on anybody, but it's time to make it right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell, do you have a motion?
You have a motion.
We've got a motion.
Commissioner Outlaw?
Commissioner Howell, are you recommending an amendment to the motion made by Commissioner Davis to change the cost per square foot and add the escalator?
I am, sir. I would request that we change it to 1045 and include the escalator in at 2%.
I second that motion.
All right, that's an amendment to a motion?
I made the motion.
Right.
I believe we have to vote on the amendment first.
All right.
Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, yeah. Commissioner Davis?
Discussion on the amendment. Fortunately, I'm in a position where I rent many buildings, and I know the value of the rent, and there's no doubt it needs to be a cost of living index in the rent moving forward. And that is a very widely known cost of index that's used on all rental rates. I will tell you, I think what we're overlooking here is that these fire departments are paid for by our taxpayers anyway. Each one of them pays fire tax, and each citizen that owns property pays the fire tax. So they are certainly being looked after through fire tax. But I've always said that these volunteer fire departments and the men that serve in those are the best deal the county's got. I do know that the $9 proposed is a very fair rate for what we are leasing at these spaces based on what the private sector pays for rents. I have rents as low as $5.43, but it's warehouse space. The $9 is fair. I certainly support the original motion that I made, now understanding that we were already looking into putting a cost of living index involved in it also. So I would not support the amendment of raising the rate.
All right.
And one more comment is, one of my fire departments asked for this, and what the county has proposed is considerably more than what they asked for.
All right. Any other comments on it?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. The Commissioner Davis declined to accept the amendment, and according to Robert's rules, he would have to accept the amended motion. So are we voting on the original motion that Commissioner Davis made?
Yes, we would. Commissioner Outlaw?
I would defer to the attorney if the amendment is not, is improving the motion. Does the original motion, person making that motion, have the right, the authority to not accept the amendment?
I always thought that's what the rule was.
I think that is the rule, sir.
That's what, Mr. Chairman, that's what I said.
No, I think the rule is you vote on the amendment. The amendment is improving the motion.
No, the attorney, state that again, I believe, state what you said
I think
again.
the person who made the, or man or woman who made the original motion has to consent to the amendment.
You were the attorney.
That's what he said.
Then I'd be a no vote on the motion. So, whatever.
Right, so we're voting on the original
The
motion.
original motion doesn't even include the escalator, which the person that made the
Well-
motion just said he supported.
I believe.
Commissioner Davis, state your motion again.
With the additional facts that have been brought out by the deputy county manager, my motion would be that we support the recommendation at the $9 per square foot, and that we include in there a annual review based on cost of living index that is properly used to raise the rent or look at the rent each time. And sometimes you may not have a rent increase, but generally you will have rent increases. But it would include the cost of living index.
All right, that motion was seconded by Commissioner Belfield.
Oh, I was going to say, I believe the rule is you vote on the amendment first, vote it up or down, and and then you go back to the original.
That's not what the attorney said.
Anyway.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the motion if there wasn't one.
Commissioner Belfield had second original motion, and the second one, was restated. So we are still on the original motion. The original person that made the, commissioner made the original motion, didn't accept the amendment. The attorney said that if he doesn't accept the amendment, that we don't have to vote on the amendment. Correct?
I'm sorry, I could not understand you.
I said that Commissioner Davis made the motion, the original motion. He didn't accept the amendment. Do we need to vote on the amendment since he didn't accept it?
That was my ruling, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, clarification, we need to vote on the motion, not the amendment.
Well, that's where we are trying to get to. All right? So, any other discussion on the motion?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
All right. 2 noes and 4 yes.
Before I go on to the next item, which is the request for a detention salary increase, the finance staff have provided information that was requested earlier. So just to clarify, for federal asset forfeiture funds, those federal funds they must be spent strictly for law enforcement related purposes, such as equipment or funding training. And then in contrast to that, the state constitution dictates that asset forfeiture under state law must go exclusively to the public school system. And to Commissioner Wilkins' request about the amount of funding over the last 5 years, the state funding for fines and forfeiture that went to the schools was $2,731,915. Do you want me to say that again? $2,731,915. And the federal fines and forfeiture for the sheriff's office was $2,053,469. That's $2,053,469. Federal must be for sheriff, state must go to schools.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chair. This is Madam Manager. So based on what you just told us, are we in compliance with state statute?
Yes, sir.
So we're following the state statute. So the sheriff's office is using the federal money, and the state funds are going to the school system. So I'm not sure how some of the other commissioners understood it, the money could be changed or different, but we're bound by state statute to spend it this way, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so the next item is the request for detention salary increases. I went through this with you all just a little bit ago. We do have, we've been running 14 to 17 vacancies in our detention center with the salary study data that we received for the benchmark position of a detention officer. We are 7% below market. We recommend adding 6% to the detention officer position, 4% to the sworn detention transport position, and 4% to the senior detention officer position. That would cost around $150,000. And then again, on your far right, you will see what the sheriff has requested for increases for all of those positions in the detention center for a total cost of $429,681.
All right, Commissioner Davis.
I'm ready to make a motion to accept the staff's increases in the detention officers as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moving properly second by Commissioner Belfield. Motion open for discussion.
Mr. Chairman. Madam Manager, the items in the salaries in red, are you saying that they will not get an increase or they will get the cost of living increase?
They will get the cost of living adjustment, yes. The cost of living adjustment will be on top of the 6% and the 4%, and then would also go to the rest of the staff, as well as what we're able to determine the merit meets expectations is in January. The sheriff's office would, the detention center, sheriff's office, all of them would receive that as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Commissioner Howell.
I don't expect this to change the vote, and I don't expect this vote to pass based on previous positions already taken by some of my colleagues, but this is more for the citizens that sit in this office, in that audience today, and the ones that are watching. You hear my colleagues sit up here and tell you that they support law enforcement. They talk it, but they've yet to support a single one to back them up and do it. This jail facility is not the fault of these detention officers are having to work in it. It's a known fact that it's 98 to 99% turnover rate in the last 12 months in this jail facility because of the layout, the way it is. It takes 8 minutes to get from one side to the other. I've done it twice between all the doors that have to be open and shut. And if your husband, your wife, your child, your grandchild is a detention officer working in this facility, and they're in there with these inmates, and the way this jail is laid out, you can't divide them all up and basically separate them by the offenses so they're lumped together. 8 minutes to get to them to help them. So they leave. Simple and do. They come in, we fill the positions, and they leave. And they go other places where the facilities are set up, where it's be able to manage those inmates properly and protect the safety of the officers. Because at the end of the day, we all want to go home at night and be with our families. We work and serve as a way of means to provide for our families. We shouldn't be put in situations to where our life is in jeopardy unnecessarily. And that's the case here. And the sheriff is coming in and asked for an increase to help these individuals that want to work in this facility until we can do better with the facility. And I ask for that. And the rate that we're proposing here, the increase, I think we proposed a 2.7% increase for cost of living for all county employees this year. So when you take 6%, 4%, the rest of that we're giving is really a joke. And I hate to be so bold in that statement. I mean, the state just proposed a 15% increase for state detention officers. And we're not even at that level. But yet we think a 6 and a 4% is okay. So I'm pretty sure we're going to vote this down. But just remember, these are your family members. These are your people that we're putting in jeopardy. And we say we support them, but I don't see those actions in the votes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other comments? Any other comments on the motion? Commissioner Outlaw?
So just for clarification, the motion does not support what the sheriff requested. Is that a fair statement?
Commissioner Davis?
My motion was to support what the staff recommends on the chart in front of us.
So I would just ask for the manager, that does not support the sheriff's request. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Well, I'm going to make this comment that, all the things that we have voted on have been increases to the sheriff department, but not necessarily the way or the increases that he proposed, but they have been increases. And at this time, there are no more discussion. We have agreed that we want to try to help him with his detention officers, and we're going to do the best that we can doing that. Any other discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
All right, motion failed.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion that we support this request at the sheriff's request. It's the right thing to do.
Mr. Chairman?
There a motion on the floor that we support the proposed request. This is mainly for
seconded that
the
motion, Mr.
detention
Chairman.
officers. The detention officer proposed.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Howard,
I'm sorry, sir?
was this mainly for the detention officers proposing? Remember, we said that
We do the
we
increase-
would support his detention officer.
The detention officer salary increase as proposed by the sheriff's office. And point of clarification, and I'm comfortable either way, but I believe the sheriff actually made the recommendation to keep from increasing the budget for the county by not filling 4 positions or 5 positions because of the problems he's having, to see if this is a thinking outside the box to try to get retention in that facility. So he was going to forfeit 4 or 5 positions and use the funds that's currently in the budget to use to pay the other staff to increase their pay for dealing with the conditions they were dealing with. So this would not be an increase to the budget for fiscal year '27 as he proposed it.
That is correct.
All right. Who seconded
I
that motion?
seconded the motion, Mr. Chairman.
You second the motion,
Yes,
Commissioner
sir.
Outlaw?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Wilkins?
I just want to make clear here again that this is a consensus vote, and we're not voting on the budget today, but every vote we're taking on this is a consensus vote, is it not?
It allows the county manager to put these things in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Davis?
could we get the manager to repeat what the total cost of this line item will be as the current motion stands?
The recurring cost, again, he would not fill 5 positions in the current year's budget, but moving forward, well, based on current numbers, not based on the increases, so $429,681.
Is what the total cost would be. I understand the other side of it, but that's what the total cost would be to provide these increases shown on the whole list.
Correct.
$495,000. I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, it's extremely bad budgeting practices to eliminate positions that you know you need just to pay your current positions more money. But of course, if that's what the board chooses to do, I don't know that we've ever done that, and I don't think we should start a process of deleting approved positions if indeed we were sure at the time we approved the positions that the positions were needed. But I certainly appreciate the sheriff's willingness to give those up or to fund this line item, but I still think it's bad budgeting practices. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right?
May I make a comment, please? So the sheriff's proposal was that he freeze 5 positions, not give them up. His proposal was to freeze 5 positions in the upcoming fiscal year to free up the dollars to make these adjustments happen in next year's recommended budget.
Commissioner Davis.
Does this board at a future date unfreeze those positions, or is that a sheriff decision to unfreeze the positions?
I believe it would be the sheriff's decision unless the board wanted to.
Well, it's just a play of words to me. If you're going to use the money, it's a reoccurring expense. You're going to need the money next year, so you won't have the funding for those unless it's reapproved by the board and add positions. I don't think we should play with words and confuse everybody.
Point of clarification,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Howell.
Madam Manager, so have we filled these positions in the last 3 or 4 years?
I don't know what I know in the last year, we've had the number of vacancies that we've had between 14, 17 ongoing.
Right, and we just got state approval to get dorms 4 and 5 now operational, which we're going to need additional detention officers for as well. And so, if my understanding is correct, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but we've struggled since I've been on this board fulfilling the detention center because of the environment, just like we've struggled with EMS, and we're trying to come up with things that are different instead of keep beating our head against the wall and doing the same thing, getting the same results. So I think the sheriff had offered to freeze these positions to attempt to do a pay increase because we can't change the facility, so all we can do is increase the reward for working in this environment and try this, and then if it works, then it would go forward. If it does not work, then we would look at doing something different. But, I mean, if it doesn't work, our turnover rate's 98%, so this would be a moot point in 12 months, correct?
Yeah.
We'll be right back where we were at. If it works and successful, then we can revisit it. And I don't have a problem putting an amendment to my motion that the board would be the ones that have to make a decision to unfreeze those. I would be more than happy to unfreeze those other 5 positions if he fills the other ones and we retain those employees, because then we're moving forward and we're moving in the right direction for the citizens of Nash County. So if that would please the board, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Yeah. Well, we had agreed with the sheriff that we was going to try to increase salaries for the detention officers in order to improve his ability to fill those positions. So the task forward would be for him to prove himself right that increasing the salaries would retain detention officers. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
No. Noes, raise your hand, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Belfield, and Commissioner Wilkins. Motion carried.
Okay. The next item is the funding allocation for the fire departments. And if we could go to the next slide, I do believe that we have kind of gained consensus for this item, so I just kind of wanted to talk through the process for moving forward. I had some items for the board to consider. Mr. Boone and I met with Chief Joyner. It was his recommendation that the board establish a fire commission so that a proposal could be put together and refined and brought to the board for your formal approval with the intent of funding being put in place in January for the fire departments.
All right. Could you provide myself with a request that you put up the rate that all the 15 fire departments are taxed? Do you have a slide with all the different rates that each fire department has, the tax rate? You have that chart?
Do I have it right now? I don't have that right now.
Can you get it?
Okay,
Yes, we want the public to see what
okay.
we're talking about as we go and discuss this.
I believe this is a general fund request out of fund balance?
It is, but still, it's, I mean, it's clarification so that we'll know what we are talking about.
What is the question, Mr. Chairman? I didn't.
Well, I said I wanted all the fire district tax that for all stations to be posted so we can see what we are talking about. We're going to talk about it in general, but so that we see what the different fire stations' property tax is.
Are you speaking of the rate?
The rate, yeah.
Okay, I think you should have that available.
Oh, yeah, they're getting it.
It's in the
We'll
budget
stick it
book.
up here.
It's in the budget book.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, she can display it on the screen so that the public can see.
Mr. Chairman.
We can continue with the discussion till they get that?
Okay, thank you. While the staff is gathering that information, I just wanted to provide a little more clarification to my request and response to the staff's work. So the proposal is to increase financial support to all county fire departments equitably across the county to meet their increasing needs. There hasn't been anything done for our county fire departments from the funding side in a very long time. So it would be $50,000 payment to the Nash County Chartered Fire Departments and potentially a designated amount to Silver Lake Fire Department, who is a Wilson County Chartered Department, because they do provide coverage for a small portion of Nash County at this time. I really appreciate the staff's work to hash out some of the details from the presentation. Y'all have been hard at work. I do support the formation of a seven-member fire commission, as well as the requirement of an annual CPA audit for each fire department. We talk a lot about transparency and accountability up here, and several of the fire departments I know are already doing audits, which is just good practice. I do see the need that the funding begin July 1st with the beginning of this coming fiscal year. I do understand that there's still some details that need to be worked out and that the fire commission would need to be appointed. I understand that the fire commission purpose would really be future-looking, as to make future plans for the county fire service and rescue service. And I ask for the funding be available for use by the departments for personnel or equipment, not solely for personnel use, but for personnel or equipment, and that would allow them the flexibility they need, whether they are solely volunteer or have paid staff already. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Davis.
I want Commissioner Legg to clear up one thing. We already give them an amount of $7,500 each station. What is that amount? Regardless of what it is.
Yeah.
Is your thoughts that this 50 is in addition to what we already do, is what I think you want?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. One more point, Mr.
Yes, Commissioner.
I think if we're going to indeed require an audit, that we need to specify what type of audit. I was quite frankly surprised when I learned recently that we no longer require the audit. But there are 3 levels of audits, and it may be more. I would, of course, she left for the time, but it's a review, a compilation, and an audited statement. An audited statement costs a lot of money to get done, and I don't think our fire department should have to go to that level. I think either consider a compilation or a review as sufficient, or a review in my mind to be sufficient. But if we're going to indeed make that requirement, we need to be specific about what kind of audit we're asking for.
All right. And any other discussion?
Just a point of clarity on the audit, what does the state require?
What does the state require of who?
As far as I know, some of them, as Commissioner Leggett had mentioned, are doing voluntary audits already, but what does the state require our nonprofit fire departments to do? Do they require audit annually?
Well,
Would this funding change that?
well, the county required it of them with the money that we currently give them. And we also require it of our outside agencies that we fund for $25,000 or more.
Okay. And what type of audit, to Commissioner Davis's point, is that?
Well, the letter that was sent from our finance staff back in 2013 said the county is no longer requiring an independent audit of fire districts.
So we sent them a letter in 2013 telling them we were not requiring an audit,
Correct.
but you're telling me on our outside funding source and because we give them $7,500 a year, we're requiring an audit now? I'm
No.
confused.
No, sir. Outside agencies, that policy is anybody that we provide $25,000 or more to. We require an audit. So it would be consistent that if we're going to provide, is it $7,500 that they currently get?
I think that's correct.
So if we're going to be providing them with $57,500, we should be requiring the same thing that we're requiring for outside agencies.
But also, aren't all the taxes, the fire taxes collected through the citizens in Nash County, aren't they passed through currently and go to the fire departments through the county anyway?
That's correct.
So that would exceed the $25,000, and it has been, correct? So are we classifying the fire departments as outside agencies, or are they different because all their funding comes from the county anyway through collected taxes from our citizens? I'm just trying to understand. I'm not trying to be controversial.
I am too.
So, I mean, I'm just trying to say, are we classifying them as an outside agency? Because we're already taking all their funds in. The taxes are paid and collected by Nash County, and they're distributed. And most of the financial institutions required it to be spent, come back before the board and be voted on anyway. And then, based on the information that's here, this is a reimbursement schedule. So before any funds can be dispersed, they're going to have to be proof shown they were spent first, correct?
That's all to be determined.
So would our
How
audit not
it's-
be looking at that, not their audit? I'm just,
The difference is that right now, we're not using general fund money to fund anything for the fire departments. They have their own fire tax revenue, and that's designed by statute, so therefore, that's not general fund money that has to be released.
other than the 7,500. But once we get over the 25 threshold, to stay consistent with our outside agencies. So we're not treating them as outside, we're just going to be consistent for the audit purposes. Okay, now I understand. Okay. Completely understand. I'm just trying to get clarity on that. Thank you.
All right. Did you locate that chart with the fire district?
It's coming.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
I still would like for us to address, Commissioner Howell, what type of audit we're asking for, because it will be a burden on the fire departments to require an audited audit. And I'd like for the staff to look into to see if they would be, if we would meet the law and would be satisfied with a review, which is what many companies do, and not an audited audit. When we do this, we need to tell them what type they've got to provide.
Mr. Chair, and to Commissioner Davis' point, my concern is what financial impact, if we're going to give them $50,000, what are we going to take away by requiring that level of audit?
It's nice that we found some common ground this morning, Ms. Tyler.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, would you mind if I added to my proposal the requirement for a review audit only?
Yeah. Well, you know, we're going to stroll down, as we're going to have a fire commission appointed, and they are going to study and come back and give us recommendations on how they intend to spend the money and how they intend to move forward, and also with a plan of how it can be sustainable for the years to come. There gotta be some responsibility with that $50,000 that study and come back and give the commissioners recommendations on how we're going to continue funding them at the level that they are being funded. They are asking for personnel, and volunteers are hard to come by nowadays. People don't volunteer like they used to because sometimes they're working 2 jobs. And, you know, as we go forward, we're going to have to find a way that we can equitably fund our volunteer fire departments. And we need the fire chiefs to come up with a plan on how they envision this to happen. That need to be part of the request or mandate with this $50,000, in my viewpoint. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, my proposal is not set up where the fire departments are requesting up to $50,000 additional funding. It is funding provided to them for their needs. And all of the fire departments have personnel or equipment needs. So it will be funds provided as I had proposed it. It will be funds provided to the fire departments. It will not be something that they have to request.
But we're talking about the commission to come back and give reports on what it is, their vision for the future volunteer fire departments in Nash County, and how we're going to continue that funding that we're presently giving, because I'm sure they're going to need it the next year.
Right. I believe that the fire commission that will be established will have a full function and will definitely be future-looking.
Well,
Yes, sir, I can agree on that.
Right. That's part of, I would like that be part of the request of the motion, that the commission come up with, you know, with some guidelines as to, and recommendation. Okay. The chart's not here yet. Otherwise, we're going to take a short break.
It's only 4,500? It's 4,500.
That's what Tripp just told me.
It's 4,500.
Okay. Stand corrected.
All right. Can we take a 5-minute break and we'll come back? All right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, everyone, thanks for your patience. We are now back in session. The county manager has provided us a screen of the different fire district tax rates that all citizens that's living in our rural areas that are in these different these different districts. So you can see that there's a big variation between where you live. I live in Harrison Fire District. Addition to that 61 cents on that the county tax is, I also pay 14.5. That's added to my 63 cents. So my total property tax is 77.5%. So everybody living in the county are paying a different tax rate, and each fire district, fire station is dealing with a different income level. And this need to be, in my opinion, the inequity need to be addressed, and how can we best help our fire districts that has estimate evaluations that are so low that they can never really catch up because the district just not that wealthy, or the property valuation is lower than others. So when you get your auto, you pay your auto insurance, or you renew your tax, you're going to see two different rates, your county rate, and then you're going to see your fire district rate. And this is one of the areas I would hope that this commission would kind of review and see how is it that we can bring some equity to all the districts so that they can share in, yes, the county's growth, the county's bounty. All right. Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Chairman, to your comment, I certainly understand where you're coming from. I do think this proposal that we're considering now of each department getting the same amount, being $50,000 more per station, goes a long way towards helping that cause.
We don't disagree with that.
And also, we need to understand that the amount of exposure that a department has is directly related to what the total tax amount gained is. So those stations that have a lot more total assessed value have a lot more that they have to protect. But then in the end, it's very true that the agreements we have in place where they help one another works against that somewhat. But it is a very complex issue, and I'm glad to see us get started by considering this $50,000 to help this cause.
That is correct, but like I say, I'm paying a little higher to protect what I have than you are.
Understood, sir.
Because of the district that I live in.
Yes, sir.
People that live in Rocky Mount, well, they don't have to pay district tax because they are covered by the City of Rocky Mount Fire District.
But they do indeed pay.
Yes, they pay, but it's not like, they don't have, everybody pay the same rate.
Correct.
Let's say that. So everybody in the county, we pay a different rate, property tax rate, because of the district, fire district that you live in. That's what everybody needs to understand, and where we are trying to move so that, well, in my opinion, that there need to be some equity. As we move forward to support the fire district, I'm all in favor of supporting the fire districts, the fire stations, the volunteer fire department, but there's a way to an end game as to how we make it sustainable. And making that sustainable will be by, yes, the commission, to, with the fire chiefs and whoever's appointed, to bring back to our full board how they believe we can move forward. That said, any other comments on the proposed $50,000? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Just one point right quick. The first one on this list is Stanhope's Fire Department. Some of you may have heard me say this before, but regardless what the tax rate is, you've got 3,000 roughly kids and teachers every day that's going to be in that area because there's 3 schools in that district, and those schools don't pay any taxes. So we're sending kids in all across the county to those 3 schools. But there's no increase for that fire department to help provide full-time service. So Commissioner Leggett's initiative here is a way of helping address that right now, is to provide that immediate assistance we need, because, I mean, we owe it to our citizens and our kids. So I just, we got to look at this, and this is part of a bigger picture, but I think if we can all come together at least today to go ahead and agree to do the $50,000 and get that going, preferably July rather than January, I think it would be very beneficial and help support our volunteers to take care of us in the county. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
All right. Any other discussion?
If there's no other discussion, I'd like to
Commissioner Legge?
move forward with the motion.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. $50,000, July 1. Just provide it to them? Is it a reimbursement basis? What guidelines do I give finance?
It's provided to them in addition, just like the current fire
The
payment. yes,
$4,500?
In addition to that. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
In point of clarification, Mr.
I
Chairman.
just don't want to say that. I thought we were agreeing to a fire commission, and that the fire commission was going to come with some guidelines and come back to the county manager and say how best they going to do this, other than just giving them $50,000 and they start doing what they want to do. What's going to be the use of the commission?
If I may make my motion? Sir?
Yeah.
Okay. My motion is to provide an additional $50,000 fire payment to Nash County chartered fire departments and the designated amount to Silver Lake Fire Department for the purpose of personnel and equipment. This would include the formation of a 7-member fire commission that will be forward-looking into the future of Nash County Fire Services, and also the requirement of, at a minimum, review audit by each department receiving the funding over $25,000. That is my motion.
Second the motion.
All right, motion been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I just need clarification, maybe from Commissioner Leggett. I heard her say that it would be used for personnel and equipment. Is that in your motion?
It is.
Okay, I didn't hear. All right, thank you.
All right.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Can we get clarification on the designated amount for Silver Lake? Is that?
$5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Our second stands with the $5,000 added.
Thank you.
And
Commissioner Howard.
thank you, sir. Would there be any funding for Sims as well, since they cover part of it?
As I understand, Sims coverage area has been reorganized, and that they are no longer the primary responder to the area that you're speaking of.
Okay. And then this committee would meet and come up with the guidelines before we do reimbursement to the counties? Is that?
Well, this would be added to the existing funding that is happening.
Okay, so we're just going to add the money to the existing funding with guidelines for it through that commission. And then that was my point of clarification a while ago. Somebody had mentioned 7,500 earlier, but it's actually 4,500. Is it not
4,500, correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Could we amend that motion to require that the commission that's formed could bring a preliminary report to the commissioners in January?
No, sir. I don't think that it is, I don't understand the purpose of the commission to be tie strings to these funds.
I didn't say that was funds. I said to give us a preliminary report on what what they are coming up with, what they see. Well,
I think that it's
to
fair
be a working committee, to come back and give us a report.
I think it's fair to report on the business of the committee or the commission. I think that is a fair expectation.
Repeat that again.
Just a report of the activity of the commission is a fair expectation.
Yeah, I was saying that could we give at least a 6-month date that they would give us a report. That's all I was saying if I amended your motion.
May I call on
That
Commissioner
they
Hall?
would just give us a preliminary report of what they have discovered during their meeting to that point.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. The motion maker has denied your request for an amendment. I call for the question.
Commissioner Davis?
I'm not sure I can speak after Commissioner Outlaw called for the question, but I think we should put that responsibility on staff to report back to the Board of Commissioners what the action or what's going on in that committee.
Well, that wasn't in the motion. But,
Correct.
Call for the question,
Yeah.
sir.
all right. All right, any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Mr.
Motion
Chairman,
carried.
I would like to your point, that sometimes staff could present back to us what the findings are and what maybe the other needs are from the fire department, because I think this is a short-term solution. This is not a permanent fix for our fire services in Nash County. And I think, to the chairman's point, some feedback from staff, kind of, maybe even from the Fire Association, on what they're seeing, how this money's helping, where the shortfalls are, and what we can do to assist further in working with the program, I think would be beneficial, but nothing in a motion, but just some feedback.
I think with the development of a fire commission, there's going to be ongoing communication. I will plan in your next meeting, your June 15th meeting, to be providing the board with the recommendation of who would be the initial 7 members of that commission, and let you all bless that so that they can get to work.
All right, thank you. Okay, we finished with agenda item number 9. We will go to agenda item number 10, public hearing on a resolution approving extension of an extra. Yeah,
We're not done.
we're not done yet, I'm
We are
sorry.
not done.
Okay.
We're not.
Let's keep going on
Sorry,
number 9.
folks, we're not done. We need to have a public hearing on this budget. And if I could get, there we go. All right, we can go ahead and move on to the first slide there.
All right.
So the recommended budget for fiscal year 2027.
Mr. Chairman, do we not need a motion that we're going into public hearing?
We're not yet.
Oh, you're not ready yet? I'm sorry, ma'am. Excuse me.
I'll let you know when we're going to do that.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so. 2027 budget priorities. The recommended budget for the fiscal year 2027 addresses these Nash County priorities: employee wages and merit pay that recognizes hard work and attracts talented professionals; capital projects and infrastructure needs to assist with recruitment of industrial clients and enhance economic development; technology replacement, equipment, and vehicles to ensure safety and efficient business practices; consciously prioritizing resources between public safety, human services, and education; and creating sustainable enterprise funds while improving facilities for customers and staff. The overall FY27 proposed budget, which includes the general fund, enterprise funds, special revenue funds, and internal service funds, is $160,707,492, compared to the FY26 overall approved budget of $146,445,372. The general fund operational budget is proposed to be $136,868,984, which is $8,745,291, or 6.4% greater than the original FY26 budget. Fund balance appropriation, the FY27 budget proposes $3,826,920 of fund balance appropriation for capital needs in the amount of $3,104,320. Capital needs for the community college at $455,600, and the lock replacement program for the Nash County Public Schools of $267,000. Today, the board voted on several items. We added $325,000 for vehicles, $200,000 for CIP projects, $50,000 for rent and leases. The detention center salaries are going to be absorbed in the budget that's currently there. And then the $750,000 for our fire departments, $755,000 for our fire departments. So the total fund balance appropriation for the recommended budget is $5,156,920. And that concludes my presentation, and we need to call for a public hearing.
All right, is there a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Leggett. Now we move into a public hearing on our budget proposal. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. We're now in the public hearing on the budget for 26-27. Anyone wishing to comment, please come to the podium. All right. Good morning.
Yes, it's still morning.
Yes,
Good morning,
it is.
Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, Madam Manager, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come and address you today about the budget. Two items in particular that I wanted to discuss. First of all, let me say thank you very much, Commissioner Leggett and others, for what appeared to be unanimous consent for the $50,000 grant. It's going to be a significant amount of money for departments that need to purchase equipment and for others who are trying to cover staffing, particularly where we have daytime hours with very little coverage, and we need to put daytime staff in the building. For a long time, Nash County has been a very rural community, but we live on the edge of three large municipalities, Rocky Mount, Wilson, Raleigh, and their wave of growth has slowly encroached in on us. I spent a little over 38 years chasing emergencies in the city of Raleigh, and I've done the same with the Middlesex Fire Department now for about 35 years. And so I think I can give a lot of firsthand experience on this. The fire truck, it's not going to go any faster than you can drive it. The objective is to get the truck out the door faster, not drive faster, but to get the truck on the road faster. And the way you do that is with some paid staffing. So this is what I believe really smart, forward-thinking governance looks like. Again, this is not intended to be permanent, I understand that. But I think the knowledge that we will gain by auditing our responses and seeing how this is is working out. For those departments that choose to direct this money toward staffing, I think we're going to gain a lot of knowledge from that and see what our needs are going to look like in the future. So, again, that's the first item. I want to say thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate you including that in the budget, and we look forward to seeing that approved and as the budget's approved. Second item, yes, Deputy Manager was correct. Middlesex Fire Department brought forth the issue of the rent, and I should have said in the very beginning that I don't even know if I said my name, but let me back up and say my name's Keith Wilder. I apologize. I sort of fell into all that, didn't I? But I'm currently the president of the Middlesex Volunteer Fire Department. And yes, we brought that issue forward because one of the first things I did was I wanted to dig into, you know, the finances and different things going on in the department. And what I discovered was that we've been in this contract. We're almost about to complete year number 9 in July and move into year number 10. And I discovered that the value had not been adjusted, the price per square foot. And interestingly, the value when it was set in 2017 was the same value that was pulled forward from 2006. So it was 11-year-old data when it was used. So when I hear the presentation today about using the Consumer Pricing Index to determine how the value should be valued, a couple things come to mind. I'm not sure Consumer Pricing Index is the correct way to value real estate. No, I was a firefighter, okay? So I'm not claiming to be an expert on this. But we hired a broker with 35 years of experience to give us what's called a broker's price opinion. And he came back with a much higher level, which was $12.45 per square foot. And we felt it would be appropriate to reduce that down. We reduced it by $1.95 to $10.50 was our request. Because, again, as was mentioned here earlier, we don't pay taxes. We weren't trying to be unreasonable. We're trying to be partners. And we certainly value having that EMS apparatus at our station. But at the same time, we're starting to see some of our funds that are supposed to be designated for fire response being used to support the cost of having that ambulance in our station. So I certainly want to see the math. I would like to see how that's done. Math should be an exact science. It's something we shouldn't argue over. But it does seem a little odd that as the tenant, the county is setting the price rather than the landlord having some dialogue there to determine what the square footage price would be. So anyway, I appreciate your support in moving forward with a raise in the rent, but I don't believe it should just be, hey, here's your contract, sign it, and this is it, because our contract does not include a lot of things that should be included. For example, we're on our second set of furniture now that's used in the day area by the EMS crews, and that comes at a cost of about $12,000 for those 2 sets of furniture that we purchased. So anyway, I won't belabor the point about those unreimbursed expenses, but what I would like for you to do is just direct staff to continue to work with us and dialogue with us on this issue. And I would like to see a date of, say, October 1st, that these contracts are signed and in place. So let's set a time limit on so we don't continue to drag this out any further. And then an escalator was mentioned about ensuring that we don't find ourselves in this same situation again. Again, that's just good business to make sure that we keep up with what's going on financially and that we don't have to keep coming back and revisiting this topic. Again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you including those items in the budget, but I do believe we need to sit down and have a lot more discussion, particularly in the case of Middlesex Fire Department, because our contract is only 4 pages long, and I believe 2 pages are signatures, so it lacks a lot. It's very simple, but it lacks a lot. And I've already sent letters to the commission, the manager and deputy manager, sort of laying out all of those items, and I do look forward to having more discussion with you all in the future, near future, hopefully, so that we can get this done quickly. And again, I would ask by October 1 that we have these contracts signed and in place. Thank you.
All right, would you state your name for the clerk?
Yes, sir. It's Keith Wilder.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to speak on the proposed budget for 2027? We got 2 minutes left in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
I appreciate the time and what you people do.
Okay. State your name for the clerk, for the record.
My name is Terrell Edwards.
Okay.
I have a voice disability, but maybe you can hear me.
Yeah, we understand.
I guess I'm not here because I wanted to come. I came because what you're doing with ETJ has a direct effect on me and others in the community. I presently have 9 different properties that will be affected.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
All right. We are now speaking on the budget. We're going to come back and talk about the ETJ.
This is not the time.
Right. We'll let you know. It's going to be after this.
In the back, I and others can't
Okay.
hear you.
I'll let you know. All right. Appreciate it. No problem. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on the budget? Okay. Well, seeing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Outlaw that we close the public hearing at this time. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, public hearing closed. Now we are back in the open session. Madam Manager, anything else? All right, Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification,
Hello.
I'd like to ask the clerk if she would notate in the budget the reason why I voted against the motion for the lease rate. It's simply because I did not think it was adequate. I fully support my fire departments. I've discussed this with the Westmount chief, and I think it should have been more, but I know they'll be thankful for what they got.
Okay. All done? We ready to move to agenda item number 10?
Done.
Okay. Item number 10 is a public hearing on a resolution approving the extension of extraterritorial jurisdiction of the town of Spring Hope. And we got our planning director, Adam Tyson, to present that.
Good morning.
Part of it. All right.
As the chairman just explained, the town of Spring Hope has requested that the Board of Commissioners approve a resolution permitting the town to extend its extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, to include an area of land located 1 mile beyond its current corporate limits. To clarify, the town already has an ETJ, but that ETJ does not grow automatically when the municipal limits of the town are expanded through annexation. And so this request is to catch up the ETJ to be 1 mile beyond the contiguous current town limits. The proposed ETJ expansion area is highlighted in red on the map that you see before you, and the area in red is the only area we're discussing a change for today. If the resolution is approved as proposed by the town, then the properties within that red extension area, which are currently subject to Nash County's Land Development Authority, will instead become subject to the town of Spring Hope's Land Development Authority. And that includes planning, zoning, subdivision, regulations, and enforcement. Within that ETJ area, the town could only exercise land development authority. The property is not up for consideration to be annexed into the town limits, and therefore, if this is approved, the town may not impose any taxes on that property, and the town is also not obligated to extend utilities or other services within the ETJ area. ETJ has no direct relationship to annexation. So regardless of whether a property is inside or outside a town's ETJ, the annexation process remains the same. So creating an ETJ or extending an ETJ is not legally a shortcut to annexation because the annexation rules remain unchanged. As you can see on the map, the red extension area does go right up to and is immediately adjacent to the ETJ that exists already for the town of Momire. However, there is no proposed incursion into Momire's ETJ area, so that will remain unaffected. There are no changes proposed as part of this resolution to Momire's area of jurisdiction. Back on April the 6th of this year, at the board's regular meeting, the board voted to deny approval of the initial presentation of this resolution and voted also to hold a public hearing on the matter prior to its reconsideration. So back on April 30th, 30 days prior to today's public hearing, public notices were mailed by the county to 174 different property owners that are affected in that red area. There are 239 individual parcels of land, but of course, multiple parcels can be owned by the same owner. And so that's why there are more parcels than there are notified owners. And that included properties that are located either completely or partially within the proposed ETJ extension area. If this request is approved on today's date or at a future date, then the county's zoning regulations would remain in effect within that red area for a period of up to 60 days or until Spring Hope amends its zoning map to include the extended area, whichever occurs first. So if the ETJ extension is approved, the town will have to adopt a zoning ordinance assigning zoning classifications to that red property. And the county's rules will stay in effect for 60 days unless the town acts faster than 60 days. And once they do act on zoning the property, their rules would become effective immediately. The ETJ extension would result in some parcels of land having split development jurisdiction, meaning that they would be located partially within Spring Hope's jurisdiction and partially within the county's jurisdiction. Under state law, if a parcel has split jurisdiction and the majority of its land area is located within one or the other jurisdiction, then the landowner may elect, without the approval of either board, to have their entire parcel be subjected only to the jurisdiction's planning and development regulations that the majority of their land is in. So if after this, there's a piece of property that is partially in Spring Hope's jurisdiction, but the majority remains in the county, then that property owner can elect to apply the county's rules to their entire property and vice versa. If there was a property with the majority in Spring Hope and a minority left out in the county, then they can elect to extend Spring Hope's rules to cover their whole parcel for simplicity. The other option, of course, is that they would follow the town's rules on the portion that falls in the town's jurisdiction and the county's rules on the area that falls in the county's jurisdiction, unless there is a more formal agreement made by a resolution specific to that property between the two governing boards. The resolution that was previously prepared by the county attorney has been included in your agenda packet for the board's consideration, and representatives of the town of Spring Hope are present to address the board on this matter during the public hearing. Again, to clarify, what is at stake with this vote today would just be the land development authority over the areas highlighted in red, including planning, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement. Those areas are currently under the county's authority, and approval of the proposed resolution would move them under the town of Spring Hope's authority. I'll be glad to take any questions that you have on the staff report prior to moving into the public hearing.
Any questions for Mr. Tyson? Commissioner Legg.
You mentioned in your comments about properties being split. Is the approach ever taken to follow property lines when talking about doing something like this versus splitting those properties?
So a town like Spring Hope has authority to seek an ETJ a distance of 1 mile beyond its municipal limits. The town can seek less than that, And so if the town had chosen to, they could have retracted their area of extension to the nearest property line, but the proposal we have in front of us today just uses that 1 mile distance. So that does involve cutting portions of property.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tyson. Now I'm going to call on Jonathan Allen and Sean Lucas. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. County Commissioners, my name is Jonathan Allen. I'm the town manager for Spring Hope. I remember all of you from the 6th, and thank you for welcoming me to the community. I have with me Sean Lucas, our zoning officer, as well, to go over any questions. Just wanted to really go over a couple of items real quick. Some background on ETJ expansions in the state of North Carolina. It is used to prevent incompatible uses, and it began in North Carolina in 1912. So it's been around for a long time. It continues to be used to protect landowners living along their peripherals from uses that could damage or devalue their property. In 1958, the North Carolina General Assembly did create the Municipal Government Study Commission to examine the issue, and the commission concluded that one, health and safety problems arising outside the city, around the city and towns do not always respect city limits or town limits as they spread. Subdividers of land outside the city commonly wish to tie into water and sewer systems. New industrial and commercial development may, for a variety of reasons, take place just outside the corporate limits. Visitors to the city receive their first impression from these outlying areas, which makes a big impression on them coming in. The commission recommended that ETJ authority be extended to all municipalities with a population of 2,500 or more. And since that legislation has extended that power to cities and towns across the state of populations below 2,500 people. And that was according to North Carolina League of Municipalities March 7th issue 2025. For growing towns and cities, careful planning may mean the difference between having the utility capacity and taxpayer-supported resources to bring a major employer to an area or not. Orderly growth also allows for the amenities and aesthetic appeal that make an area attractive to businesses in the first place. Allowing residential or commercial growth with little or no local government land use planning invites haphazard use of taxpayer resources for infrastructure, local citizen pushback, and anti-growth sentiment, as well as poor standards that damage long-term economic growth. It is also important to note that this is about residential choice. This also assists residents in choosing whether industrial growth or residential growth is more important. According to Coates Cannon, UNC School of Government, when a municipality expands its ETJ, bona fide farms generally retain their status and protection though they must comply with specific regulations to maintain these exemptions. Although there are no additional compliance requirements by being added to an ETJ, additionally, the bona fide farm exemptions have also been extended beyond city and county zoning. It is important to note that in 2011, general statutes were amended to exclude land being used for farm purposes from municipal exterior jurisdiction, or ETJ. Farming in the ETJ is exempt from town zoning and city zoning to the same extent it would be exempt from county zoning according to General Statute 160D 903C. Cities also have the option of exempting farm accessory buildings from the building code to the same extent they would be exempt under county jurisdiction, again under General Statute 160D 903D. So to simplify, farmers would maintain their tax exemptions if they continue to comply with state and county regulations, and they would be exempt from zoning and accessory building restrictions as stated. According to UNC School of Government, North Carolina effectively ended forced or involuntary annexation through major legislative reforms in 2011 and 2012, which your planning director actually stated as well. These changes replaced the municipality-initiated annexation process with a requirement for a referendum or vote by residents in the affected area, making forced annexations non-existent. So just to clarify, the town of Spring Hope can only annex land into the town limits, that's taxes, services, if those affected file a petition to be annexed into the town. To be clear, we are not looking to annex any of these areas mentioned today. Those in the ETJ will not have to pay town taxes nor be forced to obtain town services. Just a little background, the town of Spring Hope held a public hearing on this matter in November of '25. Voting was postponed until January. 192 letters were sent out, and all state-mandated obligations for public hearings on this matter were satisfied. The matter was passed by the Spring Hope Board of Commissioners on February 26th. So a couple of things to clean up as well. There is the possibility of a landowner having a right to opt out. Basically, we would be working that with them. They would reach out to us, and we could work through that with them as well. Additionally, we would be looking at adding a second ETJ board position to the planning board that would actually give a voice to this additional annexed area. And I stand by to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Legg?
You mentioned a right to opt out. Is that for a single landowner, or are multiple landowners allowed to do that with discussion?
With discussion, we would open that up to anyone that would be willing or be interested.
How would that process go?
They would reach out to the town, and then we would speak with them, get the reasons why, and again, we're about being a team player and actually working with our community, and that's one thing that we can do is an olive branch for them.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Davis?
Jonathan, I think I heard you say in the ETJ area, there was an option for a landowner to be exempt from building codes like a farm building. So that is an option that the town would make a ruling on, not automatically given.
It's actually automatically given. If I spoke out of turn, I apologize, sir.
Well, you stated option.
Yes, sir. I was wrong on that. I apologize, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay, I'll now call for a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Howell.
Yes, sir.
Second by Commissioner Leggett, that we open the floor for a public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We're now into a public hearing. All right, anyone wishing to come forward and speak on this extension, please come forward. All right, well, state your name, and we'll go from there.
My name's Jay Manning. I'm a rural resident outside the ETJ currently for the town of Spring Hope. I did speak at a previous meeting in the town of Spring Hope where there was at least 150 people present, that it was clear at that gathering that it was involuntary, that people did not want this to take place. I know that we've had some conversation now that some things may be in place, may be optioned, that could allow changes within the current motion, but I'm going to speak on what I know to be asked of today. If things happen in the future, we can readdress those things, in my opinion. But as of right now, I got to talk about what the motion is for today, which is the ETJ moving forward. So to give you some context, not because I think anybody cares about what I do for a living or have done, but I think you need to have some context in my history. I'm not biased against growth. I'm not biased against Nash County's growth. It's inevitable. We're going to be consumed. And that growth is going to take place, but we have to do it properly, as we've seen through the budgets that were presented this morning. Not having a voice in those, but I do agree that we are going through growing pains, and we're going to have to readdress in how we think to move forward in the future. So I'm not biased against growth. I've been a general contractor since 1991, built over 300 custom homes. I've developed 3 subdivisions, developed over 200 lots in my career. I was a fire and police officer for the city of Rocky Mount with 13 years of tenure. I currently am the senior operations manager for Pfizer in Rocky Mount. So I have a background across all municipalities and things. So I don't want you to think I'm biased. I'm just going to tell you how I feel about it and what I think we need to do in this situation. I have been asked by multiple people rurally to speak after speaking in our last meeting in the town of Spring Hope. I am speaking directly for my father-in-law, Marshall Edwards, and y'all probably glad, because I'm sure he'd be a lot more colorful than I am in reference to how he opposes this. But either way, this is how we feel about it from a rural standpoint. People can say all they want to about ETJs not being directly associated with annexation. It is a soft landing zone for future annexation. I asked a question and we never got a response from the town of Spring Hope. What benefit does this ETJ have for the citizens outside of Spring Hope? Rurally, we have no representation in the town of Spring Hope. I know it's an option that's just been presented, that we would have an additional board member possibly. That doesn't exist today, so it doesn't mean anything. If it's not in writing, it doesn't count. We don't have representation for anybody to tell us what we can do with our properties that are currently outside of the ETJ. They bring us into the ETJ. Now, as a property owner, I now have to go through the town of Spring Hope to develop or not to develop. They get to tell me how many lots I can have, what those lots need to look like. They can tell me what the houses need to look like. They can tell me how many I can put in, how close the driveways have to be. They can come up with any ordinance that they want to once they're within that, once they have that jurisdiction over us. If someone chooses to develop their piece of property and they want to do that, they can come to this, just in front of y'all. They can put in for a subdivision, have a public hearing. They can develop their piece of property however they want to and go through the same process that everybody else has to go through as we continue to develop, and y'all have passed many subdivisions on the books for today. I don't need Spring Hope telling me as a rural property owner what I can do with my piece of property, nor do I want them to have the jurisdiction to tell someone beside me what they can do with their piece of property that can affect me. I want you to understand something about the history of Spring Hope. Most people who live in Spring Hope for a reason. They live outside of Spring Hope or outside of a municipality because they like the rural life. We like to shoot guns, we like to go fishing, we like to ride our four-wheelers, we like to put up our buildings how we like to, we like to raise our children the way we want to raise our children. Understand that when you start having people put in subdivisions or change and control what's going around your piece of property, it impacts you as a rural property owner. If you put 200 houses beside my farm where we are 6 generations deep, my grandchildren are now living on the piece of land that I lived on. We are 6 generations deep, and we lived on that piece of land, and we live the way we live because of the way we want to live. You put 200 houses beside me, and I start shooting my guns or I start riding my four-wheelers, I have a 2-stroke, you start getting complaints. More burdens on the sheriff's department to come out for communicating threats, because there's going to be some, I can promise you. There's going to be increased calls of complaints, trespass, thievery, all kinds of things can take place to affect how I live and how we live rurally on our pieces of property currently right now, as you impose more people. I know we're not going to stop the growth, but I don't believe that the rural citizens around Spring Hope want Spring Hope to have the ability to tell us when that's going to happen and how it's going to happen, and tell us how we're going to use our land. Okay? I know they're saying we can separate it out. I'm one of the people who those lines cross directly through the center of our farm on 2 different areas of the parcel. One side is going to be heavily weighted into Spring Hope. One side is going to be heavily weighted into Nash County. So it's going to put I'm going to be in a conundrum in reference to just my property. I'm sure it's going to happen to other people's properties as well, right? What I want to stand up here and ask you to do is, one, I don't want it passed, but at least table it until we can get legal representation and we can get the answers from Spring Hope that they're saying are options, put them in writing to make sure that we know exactly what we're looking at in reference to being able to opt out, opt in, or whatever else they want to come up with, representation, which we currently don't have in Spring Hope, living outside of Spring Hope, okay? People are living where they're living right now because they enjoy the lifestyle that they enjoy right now. It's a soft landing when you start ETJ. Annex is coming. And I'm not saying annex is going to be stopped. It's not probably going to be stopped in the future, but I'm going to stop it as long as we possibly can because it's a way of life for us. I've asked the question, what can Spring Hope do for Jay Manning, for my grandkids and my kids? And I'm not throwing stones here. This is factual. We've had poor management, and there are people that are going to get up and talk in a few minutes that own properties inside of Spring Hope as well as outside of Spring Hope. And they will verify that there's been poor management in the town of Spring Hope. ETJ and annexation takes place so that the cities can control growth, planning, etc. They've already proven in the town of Spring Hope that they do not have the ability to plan properly. They do not have the ability to support the sewer systems, the water systems, the fire systems, the police response times. We have continuously had internal failures in Spring Hope. So what is Spring Hope going to offer us in the ETJ as landowners? Why would we want it, and what can they offer us? I get somebody to pick my garbage up, or I can carry it to a landfill I already paid for. Our rural fire departments that are already being funded, already carrying us in response. And our Sheriff Stone, the response times, I agree with everything that we said this morning. I think we need to support them as much as we can through the growth, and we need to pre-appropriate the funds to make sure we take care of the growth in Nash County. But right now, we need to concentrate on how do we stop Spring Hope from taking over additional property when they can't even manage what they have now. Not throwing a stone, it's growing pains. Everybody can grow, but now is not the time to do it. Until we can clarify everything in writing, everything that they're proposing, and they can prove that there's actually a value add to the citizens outside of their jurisdiction, I have absolutely no reason to want them to have that line extended. And I've heard everybody talk. Again, I don't believe it. ETJ has always been a soft landing point for future annexation. And I know growth's coming, but I'm just going to stand up and tell you right now, I'm going to try and stop it while I can. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board? Sir, China. Yeah, come on. All right. Good afternoon.
My name is Dorothy McAlliston.
All right.
I live in the outskirts of Spring Hope. What I got to say is just simply quick. I agree with the gentleman that was up here We bought our land in the place we bought it at so we can live on it the way we would choose. I do like to hunt, I like to fish, and I do like to shoot my gun if that's what I want to do. And like he said, unfortunately, Spring Hope is not telling us, they didn't give us letters. Our property is in that little map. Our family owns that property over there and part of in the map. Only one member of our family got a letter. Out of 5 families, 1 got a letter. If my sister-in-law is the one who got the letter, she hadn't told us so we could spread it, nobody would have known anything about this meeting. So I don't know who they mailed them letters to, but it won't to everybody that need to know. Like I said, I agree with everything the gentleman before me said. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
I've stood here before many times.
Yeah.
I'd just like to reiterate what Mr. Manning said. And there's a lot of my friends and a lot of people here from the Spring Hope area that's not in favor of this. Nothing against Spring Hope. Spring Hope's been a part of my family's life for many, many, many years. My dad served as the city attorney for many years. I worked as a part-time police officer in Spring Hope, so it's nothing against Spring Hope. But if something's not broke, why fix it? We have got, I think, one of the best planning departments in the state. And I think we have permitting processes, we have interaction with the public in our planning department. If I want to do something now, we've got several acres out there. If I want to do something now, I can call Adam, talk to him about it. I got to get permits, your processing, all those things are done here at the county. So why would we ask as a citizen in the community that's already got something working to change that? And the Board of Commissioners have the final say on all the zoning actions. And we can't vote for any of them or vote against them. If I have a problem with the county with some issue with my land and I'm being zoned by the county and Mr. Arrington is my representative, I can vote against him in the next election. But I have no voting right for any of the commissioners that have the final say-so in the zoning area of the town of Spring Hope. Again, nothing against Spring Hope. In favor of Nash County continuing just like it is, and I think the majority of the people in this room would agree with me. And I do thank you for your time.
All right, I think did you state the name for you got? All right, we good. Thank you. Okay, anyone else wishing to address the board?
Maybe it's my turn this time.
Yes.
And
State your name again.
to what Adam said.
State your name again.
And what the representative from Spring Hope said.
Okay, go ahead.
And my name is Darrell Edwards.
Okay.
And I'm a very private person. I started not to even wear an Edwards shirt today. I've never been in this building but 4 times. But I'm a big contributor to Nash County, tax-wise, very big. And I'm proud to be from Nash County. Even though the town of Spring Hope and then Nash County, I've had some concerns with, but would you want to own property? You bought property based on zoning. And like I said, I have 9 properties that are affected by this. But one great big one is the Masonite Corporation. The whole Masonite Corporation, I brought it from out of the ground to a productive property. It has a clean bill of health from the state of North Carolina. And the zoning is heavy industrial. Why do I want, and I support Spring Oak, I was raised in Spring Oak, but why do I want Spring Oak superseding Nash County with the professionalism in planning, zoning, permitting, inspections, environmental, fire codes? Why do I want to be influenced or driven by Spring Oak with a property? And, you know, I ask each of you, it's not that, you know, I'm proud, Spring Oak is where I'm from, but we're going backwards. Very much so. And I appreciate what Jay Manning said, what Brian said, a lot of truth in it. But why, and I'm not even saying, listen, if it was your property and all the conditions that Adam talked about, I could have hired a lawyer to come today, but I believed in standing up for myself. And the man from Spring Oak with the variances and conditions and isolation, if you own the property, why would you want to go away from something that's working in Nash County government? I ask you that. If it was you and your properties and a lot of other people here today, I got sidetracked by coming early. Maybe I've rambled too long, but I just ask, maybe, you know, why do you want to go backwards and create wasted time, wasted motion? And I also would like to comment on me and a lot of other taxpayers today were held up 2.5 hours by something scheduling-wise that should have been the commissioners and budgeting. Sat here 2.5 hours waiting for nothing. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else wishing to speak on this public hearing? Anyone else wishing to speak on the public hearing, the extension?
Mr. Chairman, I think the town of Spring Hope got their hand up.
Okay.
Commissioner, thank you for recognizing me.
Okay.
Again, Jonathan Allen, Town Manager for Town of Spring Hope. Just based on the feedback from the residents, and we understand your concerns. Again, as most of you know, I'm new to the position, and I would respectfully ask that this be tabled to a point that I could sit down with the proposed landowner or the landowners to lay out some of the things that we've talked about here today, so that they can have a chance to really mull over and look at that as well. We just want to make sure that we're good neighbors again and make sure that we do things the right way.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon now. I'm Franklin Lamb. I just wanted to say I concur with my neighbors and my friends. We do not need ETJ outside of Spring Oak.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right. You came before I give you a minute. All right?
1 minute.
Okay, come on.
I do want to take us into, and it's Jay Manning again, I do want to take into consideration exactly what Darrell just said. I actually work for a living, and I had to take off today to do this, right? So we continue to table things instead of making decisions on them. And every time that we go to this table and every time we move forward, there's less people showing up, right? And it's not because people don't care. It's because people have to work for a living. We've already talked about how much it costs to live right now. And we have these things take place at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's called a caregiver day. It's called a benefit use, a vacation day. or it's called losing pay. So I respectfully appreciate the tabling. I do. And I did state that I wanted to table it. But at some point in time, we've just got to make a decision, because people are not going to be able to continue to come as working citizens over and over and over again to keep fighting the same rebuttal. The people outside of the current ETJ for Spring Hope do not want this motion. I think it's resounding. And if you were at the other meetings, there were plus 150 people. If it goes forward, it would be considered, in my opinion, and everybody in this room that's represented so far, as an involuntary. Okay? So let's think about whether or not we really want to push it down the road and table it again. I can appreciate what they want to put in writing, but we've got to, as the commissioners representing the citizens of Nash County, understand the burden that it puts on the citizen to come up here and take a day off of work or half a day off of work to be represented and make sure that something doesn't take place that we don't want to and didn't vote for and don't have representation for. Okay?
All right, thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Cal Pritchard, Spring Hope, North Carolina. Commissioners, I respect the tough decisions that you have to make, and to all of the residents and the neighbors that have come out to speak today, I appreciate you coming out to speak. I appreciate the opportunity to listen to you and hear from you, and I wish I had the opportunity to listen and hear these concerns before today's meeting. It was made clear by both the county and the town that concessions can be made, property owners can opt out, and I would like the opportunity to meet with you all and make those concessions, whatever it is that you would like. Again, we weren't given that opportunity to do so. I also want to speak up on behalf of the residents that want the ETJ protections, because they see the opportunity that it affords them to have a say-so in what is built beside their property. Again, I appreciate the individuals that are here that have spoken out against it. We want to work with them and have the opportunity to accommodate their request and have them opt out if that's what we choose. But I also don't want to neglect the residents in the proposed area to not be able to have the protections that they came to us and they wanted to have. So I do also respectfully ask that you all table this, and every single individual that is here in the room, if we can please get their names, and if we cannot meet their concerns, then absolutely vote on it in the next meeting, vote it down if that's what you choose to do. But I do ask respectfully we get that opportunity to meet their concerns while not neglecting the other residents in that area that want those protections. Thank you so much for letting me speak. And again, thank you for all of the support that you give for our community. The Brantleys, thank you for the well. Thank you for the lift station. Mr. Edwards, thank you for all of your support in Spring Hope, everything that you have done for Spring Hope and continue to do. Mr. Lamb, thank you for your support on that region for the school system. Mr. Manning, I respect and appreciate riding four-wheelers, shooting guns. I grew up doing that too. And so I want to respect you all's, what your traditions and your culture and your heritage are. I want to respect that. So if we could please have the opportunity to speak, I'd appreciate it. Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
May I ask the mayor something? Mr. Chairman.
It's fine.
Mayor Pritchard, are any of those people who are in favor of it here today, the residents?
No, ma'am, they're not. It's hard to get someone to come speak in favor of something.
All right.
I couldn't hear any of that.
Did any of them come to the Spring Hope meeting?
What's that?
Did anyone speak in favor of it at your meeting?
We had private meetings with individuals, and after we spoke to them about the protections that it offered, they understood and they appreciated it and they wanted that. But it was for the individuals that gave us the opportunity to speak with them, and many, of course, we didn't get that opportunity. So I think a lot of the county commissioners heard from them And again, I wish we would have had the opportunity to have those conversations before this meeting. Thank
Okay.
you for that question.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
All right, anyone else wishing to speak on, all right, you've been before, 1 minute. All right.
I ask one more question. Could this be voted on today? Or is it going, will it be deferred?
The commissioners, they're going to answer for you in a minute.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Any other comments during the public hearing? Seeing none, is there a motion by the commissioners to
So
close the
moved.
public hearing?
Second.
The move by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Howard that we close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the answer will not change my mind because I think it's evident. But I would like to know the procedure if this is turned down today, that Spring Hope has available to bring it back up at a later time if there is such an ability to do that when they may have better public support.
Yes. I'll ask Adam. I believe they could, ask the board to add it to any future agenda if today's vote is to deny. And then obviously if today's vote is to table, then you would hopefully table it to a specific future meeting date. But I don't think that there is any specific waiting period after a denial that they would have to wait before bringing it back before the board. Of course, the board does not have to hold a public hearing on future requests unless it opts to. But I'm not aware of any kind of waiting period or delay that the town would have to go through if the resolution was denied today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, all in favor of the motion of closing the public hearing, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Yeah, well, there was a motion.
Can you repeat that?
We just closed it.
We haven't voted.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
You're right.
You can close the
I
public hearing.
asked, we did never take a vote on closing.
No, sir.
We never took a vote on closing the public hearing.
No,
That's
sir.
correct.
Right, so I'm asking you to vote on closing the public hearing. He asked a question, all right? All in favor of closing the public hearing, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carried, public hearing closed. All right, now, Mr. Tyson?
Mr. Chair, it's one thing, I tell my family that, my church and in the community, communications is very important, and look like we don't understand how to effectively communicate. And it's happening all over the world. And the town of Spring Hope, in the extraterritorial jurisdiction that they are proposing, should have already communicated with those people, and not only communicated with them, what they would love to do to make the town grow and the citizens within that area be satisfied, and what services they're going to provide. And I know something about that because I got involved in it even where I live, and don't have all the services that the city could provide because they're saying our area is too low for the pool sewage up the hill. And all the landowners in there got to agree for them to run a line over there, and then we pay for it. I would suggest that the town, they should have known this, but I would suggest that the town of Spring Hope get with these people. Every citizen in the area that they are proposing to extraterritorial jurisdiction, and that haven't been done. And I don't know, do you have a plan? I had a business that's in the area, been there over 40 years, send me a letter opposing it, and they stated why, because some things that should have been done for them in the past when they had the money to do it, they didn't do it. So I would be in favor of letting them communicate, let them table it, and let them get with these people and communicate. And I believe they can work something out.
All right.
If they learn how to communicate.
All right.
Call the question, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Commissioner.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Bellfield. All right, is there a motion to approve or deny the
Mr. Chairman?
resolution?
I make a motion that we deny the resolution.
Second.
All right, and moved and properly second that we deny the resolution.
Excuse me,
Any
Mr.
discussion?
What was that motion?
The motion was that we deny the resolution. We deny the approval of the resolution.
Deny the approval of the extraterritorial jurisdiction?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's already been seconded. So any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Outlaw.
I would just reiterate, it was stated that they could bring it back at any time, even with denial.
Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Legg?
Thank you. As a member of a governing body, I'm tasked with looking at the big picture and considering what's best for our county and its citizens. Since this item came up the first time, my question too has been, what is the benefit and why? With the information presented today, with no information being presented from the last meeting until now, I still can't sufficiently answer that question for me to be in favor of it. You know, it was mentioned that you will potentially allow landowners to opt out. That should have been done before now, before bringing it to us. So I support the motion to deny. Thank you.
Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. I do believe growing the town's ETJ is the right thing to do. I just don't think in this situation that the timing and all the information is being communicated well. And I'm not placing blame at anybody. I know we've got new management in town, but there's a lot of unanswered questions by the citizens that took time off of work to come here today. And I just don't think they've had the opportunity to have those discussions, and some other options have been brought up to them today. I haven't heard of those options prior to today either. So I think, you know, basically voting this down, you still have the ability, Spring Hope, to bring this back, maybe in bite-sized chunks, and maybe after you've had conversations with all those landowners that it affects. And then, you know, maybe some consideration would be also is looking at the property lines instead of splitting a property, either including the whole property or stopping at the edge of that property. And the ones that want to be in, then bring those back to us. The ones that don't, and you've got options for them to opt out now. So, I mean, perhaps that's what we need to look at and kind of do a little better job at communicating on this, I think. I think there's a lot of opportunity there that would satisfy some of the concerns of the citizens. It seems like there's a lot of unanswered questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion? Commissioner Outlaw?
I just want to reiterate that it's been mentioned that meet with all the residents. I think that's a good recommendation. Iron out any issues that you may have. And if that's done and you've got the support of the residents, then bring it back. If not, I wouldn't bring it back until I had that support.
All right. Any?
And it's official that they can bring it back?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion on the motion? You heard the motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Mark, we take 5?
Okay, commissioners asked for 5 minutes, quick 5 minutes. Mr. Tyson, come back. All right, we'll get back started on item number 11.
Doing it long anyway.
That's great.
Yeah. She'll stay.
Okay, Mr. Tyson.
All right, our next item is also a public hearing on a conditional rezoning request. This is actually a second public hearing. The board will recall that at your previous regular monthly meeting on May the 4th, you held a public hearing on conditional rezoning request CZ 260302 for the proposed 151-lot Bissett's Bay subdivision. At that time, the board voted to postpone its decision on the rezoning request to today's meeting and to also hold a second public hearing to hear from the public again and to provide additional time for the applicant to further explore the potential extension of the Nash County Public Water System to serve this proposed development. And the applicant will provide an update to the board on this matter during the public hearing. You will recall that the applicant had previously committed to a condition that said the subdivision development shall be served by either an extension of the Nash County Public Water System or a community well water system, but not by individual private on-site wells. If the applicant is prepared this morning to commit to serving this project with Nash County Public Water, then we can revise development condition number 4 to read something similar to the developer shall extend the Nash County Public Water System to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the subject property. And of course, if they do not consent to that condition, then the board will consider the request as it currently stands. Just as a review, the subject property is approximately 193 acres of undeveloped land owned by the F. Daniel Bissett II Irrevocable Trust. You can see on the map it's located on both sides of West Old Spring Hope Road, Middlesex. This is just south of Fraser's Crossroads, and this is at the intersection of West Old Spring Hope and Fraser Road, or Fraser Crossroads is at the intersection of those two roads. This is southwest of the town of Spring Hope, and as indicated by the light green color on the zoning map on the right side of your screen, this is an A1 zoning district. The property owner has requested to rezone the property to RA30CZ, Single Family Residential Conditional Zone. If approved, that will reduce the minimum lot size from 40,000 square feet per lot to 30,000 square feet. It would eliminate more than 60 different land uses that are permitted under some circumstances in the current rural A1 zoning district. The most notable of those would be single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes. If the rezoning is approved, these 151 lots could only be developed for modular homes or stick-built homes. Finally, there is a requirement or a condition that the property could only be developed in accordance with the proposed sketch plan, which we have here. This sketch plan was prepared and submitted by Stocks Engineering. It proposes the development of 9 new public road rights-of-way, again, to serve 151 new lots. All but 2 of these lots would be accessed directly from the new interior roads. Those 2 lots, lots 150 and 151, would have driveways directly on West Old Spring Hope Road. The sketch plan includes a total of 4 stub road connections to allow for potential connection should the immediately adjacent properties be developed in the future. Those stub roads are to the southeast and west. Each of these new lots would have at least 30,000 square feet and be at least 100 feet wide. Each lot is expected to have an on-site septic system. And again, the developer will comment on the current plans for water supply during the public hearing. The request is consistent with our comprehensive land use plan because the plan designates the subject property as a residential agricultural area, again designated in green. The 30,000 square foot proposal and the elimination of manufactured homes are both consistent with the plan's recommendations for residential rezonings in this area. There are 2 portions of the subject property that are designated as water protection natural resource areas. You see these kind of blue ribbons here. Those correspond to riparian stream buffers, 50 feet on either side of the stream, and those will be protected with those buffers in the proposed plan. There will be a crossing permit that will be required from the state for the stream up here in this location for the entrance road. This request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest. Because it would not be spot zoning, the property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use. It would have smaller minimum lot areas and increased density, but the new zoning district as a trade-off is much more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses than the current zoning district. The TRC considered this back on February 26th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this back on March 16th and also recommended approval. Neither of them have re-reviewed it since the board last heard this at the May meeting. The packet includes a motion for approval or a motion for denial. Both include statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. Under the motion for approval, I want to call your attention to the development conditions, specifically development condition number 3, which requires a private access easement at least 18 feet in width be provided on the final plat of the development from the proposed new interior public road right-of-way to the immediately adjacent property of David N. Manning III at 4152 Fraser Road. That is in this corner of the development up here, so the access easement would come off of this road to that property. That property has a path out to the main road, but this would provide it with a legal deeded access easement. And the applicant previously agreed to provide that at the planning board meeting, and so that is documented with development condition number 3. And development condition number 4 is the one that currently says that the development will be served by either an extension of Nash County Public Water or a community well water system. And we can amend development condition number 4 as appropriate after we hear an update from the applicant. And with that, I'll pause and take any questions that the board has on this request before we open the second public hearing.
All right, any questions for Mr. Tyson? Is there a motion to open?
So moved.
Public hearing?
So moved.
It's been moved by Commissioner Howell, and seconded by Commissioner Bellfield that we go into a public hearing on this matter. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. We're now into a public hearing on this rezoning. Anyone wishing to speak?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, representing the developer of the property. We appreciate the opportunity that you gave us to go back and have a scheduled meeting that we had with Mr. Jonathan Boone and Public Utilities. And after that meeting, we have been able to secure an easement that shortens the length to the property to 5,000, roughly right at 5,000 feet. And the developer is willing to install public water, Nash County Public Water, up to 3,000 feet for the capacity needed for the neighborhood.
All right.
And I'll be happy to answer any other questions you have.
Any question for Bell? Commissioner Davis?
I'm assuming, Kevin, that this 3,000 feet came from our discussion in our recent planning board and our UDO changes?
That's right. That you were required to connect at 3,000 feet.
Right, which is a future document, but
That's right.
You're moving forward in thinking we would do that. And I certainly appreciate the developer being willing to do that because it keeps the county from losing a larger number of customers on our water system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other questions for the developer? Seeing none? All right. Any further comment from the public? All right. All right, good.
My name is Barry Adams. I spoke previously at the planning meeting as well as last meeting as well. It's good news about the water supply, which was a big concern to us as far as our well water was concerned. I still have a concern about the roadway that is furnishing or where this development will come out onto. It is a very narrow road. I encountered a 10-foot or 12-foot disc the other morning on our road, on our highway. It's a 55-mile-an-hour road, even though it should be rated that way. It is very dangerous. I would want to call somebody's attention to the fact that Mullen Road is within 1,000 feet of the access that's proposed, and there's a lot of tree growth there. You cannot see it if you're coming up Mullen Road. You cannot look toward the right and see where that exit is for this proposed development. So I'm not sure whose responsibility that would be to make sure this road is taken care of. But I also am, again, am concerned about the safety of that particular intersection and that intersection in between it. There's a curve, and then there's a road, Mullen Road, which is in between, is where the particular access is going to come out to, and it's very, very, very dangerous so that you can't see down the road. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other comment from the public? All right.
To respond to that?
Yes, okay.
Again, real quickly, Kevin Varnell, Stocks Engineering. We did actually meet on site with DOT, and the location that we have shown on the plan meets the site district requirements for the DOT. You can actually see 600 feet both directions based on their criteria. And then they have also evaluated the traffic counts from the proposed neighborhood and the existing road traffic and have provided or required no improvement. So we've met every requirement with DOT on the streets.
All right, thank you. All right, no one else wishing to speak is call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Howard and seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Leggett that we close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, public hearing closed. All right. We're now back into our regular session. Mr. Tyson?
So if we could go back to, toward the beginning of the report, actually the top of the second page, there is a proposed revised condition number 4. And that condition needs to be amended a little based on Mr. Varnell's comments. The applicant is agreeing to amend condition number 4 to read, "The developer shall extend the Nash County public water system to serve all the residential lots subdivided from the subject property for a maximum extension distance of 3,000 feet for the capacity needed to serve this particular development."
Okay, any, Commissioner Leggett?
With the 3,000-foot extension or connection, is water available at that point, or what will be Nash County's responsibility in the picture here?
I would refer to Deputy County Manager, Mr. Boone.
So the footage would be the additional 2,000 feet, and as Adam has alluded to in the condition, and Kevin also alluded to this in his comments, it's my understanding that a 6-inch main is what will be required to serve this development. So we would need to bring back an oversize agreement for review and approval by the board for the portion of the 6-inch main. It will be installed as a 12-inch main. We want a 12-inch main on 97 for future growth and extension. They would be responsible for the cost to install a 6-inch. We would cover the incremental cost to increase the size of that main to a 12-inch. And then there'll be a 6-inch that would run up Fraser Road. So I think it's 2,200 feet on 97. And so they would run an initial 800 feet up Fraser, and then we would pick up from where they stop, and then we would run it another 2,000 feet up Fraser Road. So we just got the cost estimates from the developer late Friday, so I need to coordinate with Kevin on that, but I feel like we can come
consensus on that, but I've got to bring an oversized agreement back to the board for review and approval. So we've got some preliminary numbers, but I do not have final numbers I cannot share with you today because we just got preliminary numbers on Friday. But I think we can make the numbers work. But ultimately, the board will have to approve that.
Where will those funds come from? Will it come from the Water and Utilities Enterprise Fund?
My recommendation is we use state-directed grant funds that we received for use in Central Nash for this project.
That's helpful, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Lost my place there, I'm sorry. I move that Nash County Board of Commissioners adopt the statement of plan of consistency and reasonability below and approve conditional rezoning request CZ 260302 to rezone the Pacific property R30ZZ for the development of the Biscuit Bay subdivision, subject to development conditions listed below, which Mr. Adam has stated earlier, and that would include the county extending to 2,000 feet to meet the developer's indication they would do the first 3,000 feet from the development.
So with the revised condition number 4?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Second motion.
Second by Commissioner Davis. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. For the item number 12, Tyson public hearing on general rezoning request Z260301 LL Homes. All right.
This is a new matter that the board has not previously heard before. The subject property here is a 1.69 acre residential lot owned by 231 Homes LLC. You see it outlined in red on the aerial photo and the zoning map before you. This is located at 3843 West NC Highway 97 Spring Hope. And as you can see, it's on the corner of Highway 97 and Old Smithfield Road. This site is just east of the Stanhope community. So if you're familiar with Stanhope, that would be just off to the left of the map that we're looking at here. The lot currently includes one single-family dwelling and at least one remaining accessory building. As you can see on the zoning map on the right, this property is in the darker green color, indicating that it's currently zoned R40. It is immediately adjacent, however, to a large R30 on the opposite side of the highway, and that's the difference between the light green and the dark green. Nash County Public Water Service is available to this property already along West NC Highway 97. The property owner has submitted this rezoning request in order to reduce the minimum lot area requirement from the current 40,000 square feet to 30,000 square feet in order to permit the potential subdivision of the property into 2 separate lots. So there's already a home here. I believe they wish to establish a new property line running north to south for a second lot to the right. They currently are not able to do that because of the 40,000 square foot minimum requirement. However, if they were to rezone it to RA30, that minimum lot size requirement would be reduced to 30,000, and there would be enough property within this boundary to allow for 2 30,000 square foot lots. So we're only looking at the addition of one new home. And of course, the old home could be replaced, but at a max, we're talking about taking this property and having not one home, but 2 homes. This request is consistent with the recommendations of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. You can see in the green color, this is a residential agricultural area. And because this request does not reduce the minimum lot size down below 30,000 square feet, and because it's an RA30 zoning district, it does not allow for manufactured home development. For those 2 reasons, it is consistent with the recommendations of the plan. The request may be considered reasonable in the public interest and not spot zoning, specifically because if we go to the zoning map, the density that we're asking to extend is already present along the highway and extending in this large area to the north. So everything above Highway 97 already has a minimum density of 30,000 square feet per lot, and this would extend that just to include this immediately adjacent property. Also, because this is an RA30 zone, it would be more restrictive in terms of land uses than either of the two existing zones, because both of those zones allow for double-wide manufactured homes to be developed there. And this would stipulate that they have to be modular or stick-built homes. The TRC considered this request back on February 26th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered that request on May 18th. Mr. Danny Mayo with 231 Homes LLC addressed the board on behalf of the applicant and in support of the request, and no other members of the public chose to address the board regarding the request at that time. And the Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval. This is a general rezoning request, so there are no conditions. There are motions to approve or deny included in your packet, along with statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. We will need to hold a public hearing prior to voting on this request. And before we do that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have on the staff report.
All right, question for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none? Is there a motion? Well, I call for a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. We're moving to a public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right, we're now into a public hearing. Okay, anyone wishing to speak on this particular rezoning, please come forward. State your name. All right, come on. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
All right.
My name is Alicia Pope. We are speaking in regards to, hold on, property at 3843 West 97 Highway. Hold on a second. All right, so what I'm doing is I've spoken to the community Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to get their response in regards to the rezoning of the property. So we, the undersigned residents, property owners, and community members of Bailey, North Carolina, hereby formally submit this petition to express our strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of the 1.69 acre parcel located at 3843 West 97 Highway. The reason being is this is our community garden. This property has served as a community garden for over 27 years and maintained by Mr. Elliott Lee Pope here. This garden is a cornerstone of our neighborhood, providing fresh, healthy produce to local families in the area and fostering a sense of our community that would be destroyed by commercial property, because as of right now, it is, Lord have mercy. Okay. It is farm. It's farm, so they're wanting to rezone it to change it and turn it into residential. So that would impact the value on the property, and the proposed rezoning would be inconsistent with the existing residential character of the area. We believe that changing the zoning and classification will negatively impact the property's value and the surrounding homes in the area with the quiet enjoyment in our neighborhood. This community garden has provided and provides a public benefit that outweighs the potential gains of the proposed rezoning, and we urge the board to consider the long-standing history of this land as a green space and its importance to the health and well-being of the Bailey residents. We respectfully request that the Nash County Board of Commissioners deny the rezoning application Z260301 and maintain the current zoning status to protect the integrity and the character of the community.
All right.
Hi there. Also, we have a list of signatures of the local residents in this area, which are approximately 33 signatures. And the proposed 40,000 square feet to get it approved to approximately 30,000 square feet dwellings across the street. There are no 40,000 square foot dwellings on the right-hand side from Stanhope all the way to the light, which is spanned about 6 or 7 miles. This would be the only dwelling on that side of 97. And gaining access to the green space for farming that helps the community for the last 27 years would be devastating.
Sir, what was your name?
Albert.
Yeah.
Albert Pope.
Okay. Anyone else speak? Just state your name and.
What did you say?
Albert Pope.
Yeah, you done your name. Anyone else wishing to speak, just state your name and say what you intend to say.
No.
All right.
I did have a question, because we never received a letter and we live in the community there. I was wondering how long was the change supposed to take place, or I didn't get a date on it on any of the information that we received in the mail.
Okay. Mr. Tice, could you explain how that process worked?
So property owners who own property within 600 feet of that property should have received a notice prior to the planning board meeting, which was earlier in May, and a notice of today's meeting. If the board votes to approve it, then the rezoning would become effective immediately. So it would stop being zoned R40 and begin being rezoned RA30CZ immediately upon their vote.
Okay, I have another question. So because we have produce inside of the garden now, that's my concern. And for the future, like, how would we go about that if they did deny it? If it was to start immediately?
So either way, you're not the owner of the property, is that right?
Yes, of that existing property, no, we're not.
Right. So anything that's on that property that you need access to is going to be a civil legal matter between you and the property owner. And so that's not really relevant to the rezoning. Whether the rezoning is approved or not, you have whatever rights you have to that property that a court would decide. So you have to work that out individually, but the zoning won't influence that one way or another.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask?
Yeah.
And Mr. Tyson just about answered it. So for 27, 24 years, you all have been farming it, but who owned it all these years? Was it 231 homes?
No, ma'am.
No.
And he's going to explain that to you.
There was a lady named Miss Page. She owned it.
Mm-hmm.
I kept a grass cut and took care of things around it. She sold it to them.
And it's been, what, 3 months?
About
Maybe 4 months.
And now,
She sold it to them, you're saying about 4 months ago, and so now they want to develop it, but...
they want to change the zoning from farmland to residential.
I understand, I was just wanted that clarification because, you know, looking at who owns the land, in my opinion, there's nothing
have no choice. But, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lay.
got a question for you guys. Were y'all just farming it on kind of or have had a garden basically kind of on a gentleman's type agreement? It wasn't any type of rent exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
There was no
And she's
rent?
elderly now. I think she just turned 92. And he's been even feeding her, over the past 27 years, and everyone inside of the community. It was never a discussion or anything on paper, it was just,
Right, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Davis.
There seems to be some misunderstanding about the current zone. I think our records show it's already residential R40?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all referring to farm zone, but it's really not farm zone.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't, because he said that wasn't number, but we're talking about the same, the side. So if you look on that photo, you can actually see the garden inside of that photo to the right. So if you look to the right there, and then you can see where it starts, and you can see where it stops.
All right. Thank you. You get all the names, Madam Clerk? All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Danny Mayo with 231 Homes. I grew up chopping a garden whether I wanted to or not, so we're very much not opposed to a garden, but we purchased this property almost a year ago from Ms. Page. She was elderly, purchased a tiny home and moved up near Knightdale area with her daughter and put a tiny home in her backyard. Since we bought the property, we've improved it, new roof, interior remodeling, and done improvements to the property. There's a barn on the property that is in terrible shape that needs to be more than likely demolished. When we bought the property last year, there was some remnants of garden activity that we saw. Ms. Page never relayed to us anything about a gentleman's agreement about the garden. And as I said, we're not opposed to it, but we are seeking to improve the property there. And with the zoning being, R40, or in the 40,000 square foot zone and 30,000 across the road, and we do have county water. Currently, the house is hooked to county water. We are just seeking to have the lot subdivided and have a 40,000 square foot and a 30,000 square foot zoning.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
just, you mentioned gentleman's agreement. Would you all be willing to
Well, I
give
honestly
them
don't have.
just ample time to get what they have off of there?
And there's some things we're still planning on doing to the home, and I would certainly talk to the owner of the company. I'm a manager with the company, and I'm not going to go in there and plow up produce or anything like that. I come from a farming background myself, so there's something I'm sure we could have some discussion. I didn't know who to contact. We just knew that somebody was there, and it looks like it even goes over maybe on the neighboring property, another farmer that owns a property next door there too. But we'll certainly have some discussion. I'll make sure I get my information to them before I leave so we can talk further on that.
That would be helpful and gentlemanly.
Certainly,
Thank
be
you.
glad to. We'll talk. Definitely, we'll talk.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Commissioner Howard?
That was my question. I know
Okay.
there's nothing that's required. I would just be an
Certainly,
ask, 'cause that would be, obviously, you weren't aware of the situation.
No.
They weren't, so just
make it
allowing
work
them to
together. We'll figure it out as far as that.
get up what's out, at least, finish out the crop that's out there for the spring so they can harvest that.
And our intent, if you guys will approve this, I'm not breaking ground next week on a new home or anything like that. We're just getting this part done. We still would have to go through, I believe, we got to go through the permitting process for it. See, we've not even been through. We're just trying to get your approval, then we'll take it to the next step. So I'm sure by the time all this would be settled, growing season will be over, in that regard. So we wouldn't affect the produce.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all.
All right. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak on this issue?
Excuse me, I was wondering, could we table this until we?
Come up to the mic so we can understand what you're saying. Come up to the mic so we can understand what you're saying.
I was wondering, could we table this here until we come to some type of agreement? with the harvest and everything.
What was that question again? Is that to the developer?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, as far as tabling, I would ask that we not, we can work something out, but we got a process to go through still, as far as that. We've owned the property for a while. It's not like we just bought it. I was looking up the date, but I think we're almost a year of ownership.
Y'all had that discussion.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to talk. Yes, sir. Okay, I just want to get close to you.
All right. No more comments. There a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett and second by Commissioner Howard to close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried. Public hearing closed. Mr. Tyson?
I have nothing to add other than, for whatever it's worth, the garden activity would continue to be a permitted use under the current zone as well as the proposed zone. But obviously, the tenants of that garden would need to work that out with either the current or future owners of the property. But the actual gardening activity would not be affected by the zoning change.
All right. Any further questions for Mr. Tyson? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
based on the rights of the property owner and their willingness to work with the local residents, and also in support of the findings of the Nash County TRC and Planning Board, I move that the Nash County Commissioners adopt the statement of plan consistency and reasonableness below and approve the general rezoning request Z260301 to rezone the property, the subject property to RA 30, single-family residential.
Second.
You heard the motion, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Howard?
Yes, sir. And I guess this is really directed towards the folks that are attending the garden. It looks like, when you look at the drawing, that, as it was mentioned, that part of this garden does go on the adjoining property as well. Perhaps you can speak to the owners of that property and see if they would let you move your garden over to that area, and/or I would recommend some conversation with them too, to make sure that there's some type of an agreement with them to protect you before you go planting more over there, so that you'll be able to harvest your crops. But obviously, they've allowed you to plant on part of it already, so perhaps they'll let you shift your garden over a little bit to be able to accommodate your community garden. And thank you for what you do for the community.
All right. Any other comments from the Commissioner? All right, you heard the motion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right, Mr. Tyson, item number 13.
All right, our next two items are very similar. They are not rezonings. They do not require public hearings. These are resolutions to add existing subdivision roads to the state-maintained secondary road system. The first resolution is concerned with the Bent Ridge subdivision that you see on the screen. The NCDOT has provided a resolution that's included in your package for consideration and adoption to support the addition of the interior roads of the Bent Ridge subdivision to the state-maintained secondary road system. There are two subject roads. You have Bent Ridge Road, which provides access off of the highway, and then Michelle Road is the loop inside the interior of the subdivision. They are both public rights of way, and they serve a combined total of 52 residential lots. This resolution is the result of a petition submitted to NCDOT by the developer, Mr. David Williams. And of course, the North Carolina Board of Transportation requires you to approve this resolution as a prerequisite for their consideration of adding this road to the state-maintained secondary road system.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Tyson?
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of the resolution. Second.
All right, been moved and properly second that we adopt the resolution. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
All right. The next item is the same developer, Mr. David Williams. It is the same request, except this time it is for the Riverstone subdivision, specifically the interior road Bertines Court, which is highlighted in red. That's on the east side of South NC Highway 58. Just out of frame here to the south would be the intersection of Highway 97 and Highway 58. So there's a Dollar General on the corner there and a car dealership on the other corner. Just to orient you, the Bertines Court serves a total of 12 residential lots. And again, this resolution would be a prerequisite for the State Board of Transportation to consider adding it to the state's secondary road system.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none. is
Mr.
there a
Chairman, I move for adoption of the resolution.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Outlaw and second by Commissioner Howard. All right. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 15, Whitaker's Fire Department purchase of new apparatus. Mr. Charles Bond.
Good afternoon. The Whitaker's Volunteer Fire Department is respectfully requesting approval from the Nash County Board of Commissioners to obtain a $640,000 loan from Southern Bank to purchase a 2026 E1 fire engine. Its purchase is essential to maintaining effective emergency response services within the district, and the recommendation is approval by the board.
Any discussion by the board or questions for Mr. Bond? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the request?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Howard, second by Commissioner Wilkins, that we approve the request. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Number 16, request to approve 2 census tracts for North Carolina Opportunity Zone designation. Nomination process, Susan Phelps.
Good afternoon. Before you today, staff's requesting that the Board of Commissioners approve and submit 2 Nash County census tracts for consideration in the North Carolina Opportunity Zone nomination process. This is considered Opportunity Zone 2.0. This is the second round. So the public comment period for Governor Stein ends on June 7th, 2026, so we want to get these in. We are proposing your approval of census tract, for short, 104, which is inclusive of the Rocky Mount Mills area along Highway 301. This is already currently a designated census tract. And then a new one that can newly be designated is Census Tract 107. This is northern Nash County, inclusive of the Whitaker Business and Industry Center, from I-95 over to Highway 301, including our major manufacturing corridor. So these tracts were selected because they strongly align with the governor's priorities, including major industry development, local revitalization, workforce, affordable housing, and commercial and office development. Both areas have significant recent private investment, planned public infrastructure improvements, and strong potential for economic growth. We are seeking authorization to submit these 2 on behalf of Nash County.
All right, any discussion? Any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to?
Move for approval.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Legg,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bellfield, that we approve the designated areas. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. All right, next item, number 17, 2026 project for building reuse program.
Yep, so before you, I've got a resolution that we are requesting to be authorized. An application will be submitted to the North Carolina Department of Commerce for its building reuse program for Project Floor. Funding for this will be used for an existing industry expansion and renovation and addition of 49 new jobs to our community. So we are asking that the Board of Commissioners approve and adopt the resolution indicating support of our application and the project. and you should have that resolution if you want.
All right, any discussion? All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Howard, that we adopt the resolution. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 18, monthly tax report, Ms. Shamika Tillery. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
All right.
In keeping with General Statute 105-350, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing the amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's information only.
Okay.
Number 19.
All right. Refund request. In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-381, the tax collector will submit to the governing body for their approval a list of any tax refunds after the legitimacy of the refund has been established. There are no refunds.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Board of Equalization.
Board of
Review.
Equalization and Review. In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-322, the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review will meet to hear upon any request in all taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to valuation of such property. We had no citizens to come forward.
All right, so we all good? All right. We don't need to do it.
We'll need to adjourn. We'll need to adjourn the
We
Board
just
of
need
Equalization
to, a
and
motion to
Review.
adjourn it, right?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We would need for you to recess the regular meeting of the Board of Equalization and Review to order, and then,
And then adjourn it.
yes, and then adjourn.
Okay. So we were supposed to at 11 o'clock. I need to recess the Board of Commissioner meeting, right?
Yes.
Is there a motion to recess?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by, who was, the first was?
Me.
Motion by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Leggett, that we recess the Board of Equalization Review. All in favor of the motion?
Recess the Board of Commissioners meeting. Recess your Board of Commissioners meeting.
Right. All in favor of recessing the Board of Commissioners meeting, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. All right. Now I need to call to order and convene the Natchez County Board of Equalization Review and instruct the clerk of the Natchez County Board of Equalization and Review, Shamika Tillery, to proceed with accepting formal reviews.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, it's moving properly second that we accept those. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, motion carried. All right. Now I need to call for a motion to go back in the regular session.
Motion to adjourn the Board of Equalization and
Okay.
Review.
Motion to adjourn the Equalization Review Board.
So moved.
All right, it's been moving properly second that we, moved by Commissioner Howard, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Okay, that we adjourn the meeting. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, thank you.
Motion approved. All right. Okay, now we are on 28. All right.
Chairman,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you call for a motion to go back
Go
into
back.
regular session,
Okay.
please?
All right, I need to call for a motion to go back in the regular session. Sorry about that.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Davis and second by
Commissioner Howard.
Commissioner Howard that we go back in the regular session. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. We're back in regular session. Thank you.
All right, number 20A was an add to your agenda. Nash County was awarded an additional $415,315 of CDBG CV funds by the North Carolina Department of Commerce's Rural Economic Development Division. These funds will be used to purchase 6 Stryker stretchers for the EMS department. The recommended action is to approve the project budget ordinance amendment.
So moved.
All right. Been moved by Commissioner Davis. There a second?
Commissioner Howell.
Second by Commissioner Howard that we approve this recommendation. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you. We'll go to item number 21.
All right, this is the lead service line replacement. Nash County has been awarded lead service line replacement funds from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality Division of Water Infrastructure to Inventory Area 2 Water District, $462,500, Northern Nash Water and Sewer District, $817,500, and Central Nash Water and Sewer District, $1 million. The LSLR inventories are required to comply with the lead and copper rule revisions published in December 2021 to comply with the Environmental Protection Agency. Recommendation is to approve the project ordinance.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the project?
Move for approval.
Motion by Commissioner Leggett and
Second.
second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 22, Detention Center Grant Project Ordinance.
This is an amended grant project ordinance. This capital project ordinance amendment is to allocate the interest earnings of $514,713 and sales tax refund for the detention facility project. The recommendation is to approve the capital project ordinance amendment.
So moved.
You heard the recommendation. There a motion by Commissioner Davis. There a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 23, capital project ordinance for Middlesex Shell Building, number 3.
This ordinance is presented to amend the project ordinance in order to support the construction of Shell Building Number 3 with the transfer of Office of State Budget and Management funds related to sales tax. This is coming from the Nashville Business Center Shell Building in the amount of $54,118. And the recommendation is to approve the amended capital project ordinance.
So
Right,
moved.
any discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis that we accept the amended project ordinance.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. All right, any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carried. Item number 24, Nashville Business Center Shell Building Capital Project Ordinance.
This is an amendment as well. This is the other side of the transaction we just discussed in Middlesex. This capital project ordinance is to recognize the sales tax refund of $54,118 on this project and to transfer it to Middlesex Shell Building Number 3. The recommendation is to approve the capital project ordinance amendment.
All right, any discussion from Ms. Stanton? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 25, budget amendment.
All right, number 1 on this is the actual transfer from the Nashville Shell Building to the Middlesex Shell Building. This is the budget part of it for $54,118. Number 2, high-speed internet project. This budget amendment is to transfer funds back into fund balance from the high-speed internet project originally transferred from the general fund in the amount of $341,195. Number 3, this budget amendment is for solid waste to budget additional revenue from the sale of surplus equipment. at the landfill to cover the cost of equipment repairs at the landfill in the amount of $17,200. Number 4 is fines and forfeitures. This budget amendment is to budget additional projected collections related to fines and forfeitures and the related submittal to the to the Nash County Public School Board of Education as required for fiscal year 2026 in the amount of $70,000. Number 5, a budget amendment for planning and inspections, is to budget additional funds for third-party consultant reviews of wireless communication facilities, permit applications. No county funds are required. The revenue will be from the cell tower review fees going to the expenditure of the wireless communication facility in the amount of $6,000. Number 6 is a budget amendment for social services to budget fund balance to provide mandated foster care services. Monthly payments have been 124% higher than the approved budget. It's fund balance of $86,000, and there's a foster care revenue of $114,000 for a total of $200,000. Number 7, Sheriff's Department budget amendment is to budget fund balance to cover additional fit-for-duty evaluations, record charges, drug testing, vehicle repairs, and canine vet and food in the amount of $34,000. Number 8 is the detention center budget amendment to budget fund balance to cover additional inmate medical and meal expenditures in the amount of $130,000, $100,000 for medical services, $30,000 for inmate meals. Number 9, Health Department budget amendment to budget health reserve funds to cover additional funding requirements for the case management high-risk pregnancies program vehicle for $27,525. Number 10, medical examiner budget amendment is to budget fund balance to cover additional medical services in the amount of $160,000. Number 11, I would like to remove from this list. We will have a more comprehensive budget amendment in the next meeting for the public utilities and solid waste. Number 12 is a fund balance budget amendment to budget fund balance to cover additional salaries. It will be $1,069,482,000 from fund balance to cover such things as sheriff full-time salaries, school resource officer salaries, EMS salaries, and overtime for EMS.
All right. You heard all, well, it's 11 budget amendments, which she removed budget amendment number 11, public utilities and waste. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, could we take action on item 1 through 10 first?
Yes, any objection? All right, there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis that we accept item 1 through 10. Is there a second? Who's second? Commissioner Leggett second that motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Said item 15.
1 through 10, and then we're going to come back and do the last one, I guess. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right, Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Chairman, if we could, I'd like to get some more explanation for item 12. I don't really quite understand what we're doing here and why is this large amount, and are there not some funds in some of these accounts of lap salaries that could handle some of this, or just update me on where we are?
Yes, sir. So you will see there are some decreases in some lines such as offset salary and benefits. These are any extra monies that we had that we put in offset for like merit and COLA and things like that. So we've used any excess funds that we have in those areas to offset this. The total net after using all of those would be $1 million. And you see the very first line under expenditures merit pay. So we used $721,000 of merit pay to help with that total. I will say that the two hard hitters here are going to be the EMS salaries and overtime. And I will be able to tell you that the salary portion of that comes from the biweekly transition. So not only did we have an 80-hour payout to help with the biweekly transition for these departments, for all departments, but we also, in EMS, they were a check behind. So their normal schedule, they were being paid a month behind. This was to catch everybody up on the same schedule, so they were actually paid an extra check in this year. So that is the amount that the difference in the salaries is going to show. The overtime, that's kind of a normal thing with them. We are usually able to take that from lap salary, but since we had the 80-hour payout, there was not much lap salary we could use for the overtime on that.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other discussion on item number 12, fund balance? And, all right. Is there a motion to accept item number 12?
Second.
Who's? Okay, Commissioner Howard, and second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion on this budget amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 26, board appointments, Ms. Tia Fuller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So first, we have the Planning Board. So the current terms of the following three board members will expire on June 30, 2026. First, we have Kim Moore. She is eligible for reappointment, but although she's eligible for a reappointment, she has declined to serve an additional term due to professional conflicts with her current position as NCDOT District Engineer. Mrs. Moore resides in Commissioner District Number 1. There's no other currently serving members appointed from that district, so that is a vacancy effective June 30th.
All right, we'll have to bring forth a recommendation at our next meeting.
Yes, sir. Next, Robert Cordell. Mr. Cordell is eligible for reappointment and has submitted the attached letter requesting reappointment and explaining his past absences from the board's meeting due to a medical issue. He resides in Commissioner District Number 2, and you'll see the letter in your packet of him explaining. In addition to Mr. Cordell, please consider the new appointment of Ms. Brianna Whitfield to the Nash County Planning Board. Her application is included in your packet for review. Ms. Whitfield resides in Commissioner District Number 2 and is willing and eligible for service. And in addition, for the same district seat, this morning, I received an application for Ms. Deborah Battle, which you should have at your place here. And so she is also interested she is in District Number 2 and is willing and eligible for appointment. And so for this seat here, for Commissioner District Number 2, there are three options. It's either reappoint Mr. Robert Cordell, to appoint Ms. Brianna Whitfield, or to appoint Ms. Deborah Battle.
All right, Commissioner Belfield.
Out of these names, I recommend Deborah Battle.
All right, is there a motion?
Yeah, I offer motion to appoint Deborah Battle to the planning board, that position.
All right, there a second? All right, I'll second your motion. All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, are we taking other,
Say that.
are we taking other motions? I wanted to recommend someone.
Yes, yeah.
I'd like to recommend Brianna Whitfield.
All right, yeah.
Second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, second by Commissioner Davis. All right, any other nomination? Okay, we will take the first motion. All in favor of the motion to appoint Deborah Battle? Let it be known by saying aye. All in favor of the appointment of Deborah Battle, let it be known by saying aye. All right. Aye. You voting?
Yeah.
But Deborah Battle. All right, well, raise your hand. All in favor of appointing Deborah Battle, raise your hand. All right. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, all opposed. Okay, motion defeated. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
this
sir.
is the second time that this board has done that when I recommended it, and I am sick and tired of it. I don't appreciate it.
All right. Okay.
And I hope all of you understand that, all 6 of you. Sick of it.
All right. Is there another motion?
Motion to approve Brianna Whitfield.
All right, you heard the motion. All in favor of that motion, any discussion on the motion? The
Mr.
motion to-
Chairman, it was seconded originally by Mr. Davis.
Right, I asked for a discussion. Any discussion
Okay.
on your motion? All right. So, no discussion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. All opposed? All right. Motion carried. All right, next item.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, before we move off that item, I did call Ms. Moore after I saw our agenda that she was not willing to be reappointed, and I certainly hated that because she's been a great member of our board. I do understand her conflict with her job, and she explained to me very well that her job was important to her, and she had to put that first, and she did find herself in some sticky situations sometimes, and I appreciate that because all of us do that from time to time. I did asked her, if I'm telling you this because it's your district, if she would be looking someone that would be a good member of the board, so I would just ask that you maybe check with her before the next meeting and see if she's come up with a good candidate for that seat. And I apologize for infringing on your territory, sir, but I just think she would be a good asset to help us find somebody. Thank you.
I will. Thank you. All right, next item.
Thank you. Next is the Agriculture Advisory Board. Please consider the reappointment of Mr. Eugene Bunn to the Nash County Agriculture Advisory Board. Mr. Bunn has completed 1 term on this board and asked to continue this service. His application is attached for your reference. Mr. Bunn is willing, eligible, and recommended for reappointment. If approved, his 3-year term will expire in December of 2029. Do you want me to keep going?
Do we need to, let's see, please consider reappointing. Are we reappointing?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second. All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Davis and second by Commissioner Outlaw.
Fine.
Right, this is the Agriculture Advisory Board, right,
Yes, sir.
for reappointment. Any discussion on the appointment? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carried. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I didn't vote aye.
Okay, I'm sorry. All opposed? I'm sorry, I didn't call. All right. All opposed? Okay. All right, motion carried. All right.
Okay. Next is the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. Please consider the new appointment of Jonathan Bullock to the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. Mr. Bullock's application for appointment is included in your packet for review. He resides in Rocky Mount and is a resident of Commissioner District Number 7. Mr. Bullock is willing, eligible, and recommended for appointment, and if approved, his 4-year term will run through December 2030.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept Jonathan Bullock for the Braswell Memorial Library. He doesn't have on here, but I believe he's a supervisor or something at Pfizer, and working on his PhD in organizational management and leadership as his application states, and as a ministry leader at his church and community. And currently youth leader at Word Tabernacle, so I would ask that he be appointed to the Braswell Library.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by who?
Howell.
Mr. Howell? Any discussion?
Did I understand you say that maybe that he is a resident of District 7?
I believe he is, yes.
Is that what we said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just need
All right,
to know it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm
Any
sorry, I
further
thought we
discussion
had
on-
already, okay.
Any further discussion on the nomination? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion.
No.
All opposed? Okay, Ms. Bearfield opposed. All right.
Okay. The last one for your consideration is the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. Please consider the reappointment of Mr. Kevin Jones to the Nash Community College Board of Trustees. Last month, Mr. Jones was presented to this board for approval to serve the remainder of the term held by James Mercer. That term ends June 30th, 2026. A letter of recommendation is included in your packet from the Nash Community College Board of Trustees Chair. Mr. Jones is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. If approved, the new term would run from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2030.
All right, you heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, and second by Commissioner Howell.
Yes, sir.
All right, any discussion on the nomination? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay. All right.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
All right, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we're down to item number 27, call for Commissioner's comment. I will start with Ms. Bearfield. Commissioner comments.
I don't have any.
All right, Commissioner Davis.
I don't have any. I don't think I received a housing report, so I'll have to catch that up later. If I did get it, I missed it, so I apologize for that, but I don't think it's coming yet.
All right,
Thank you.
Commissioner Outlaw.
No comments, sir.
All right, Commissioner.
No comments.
Commissioner Will.
No, sir, none.
Commissioner Leggett. All right, call on the manager's report.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you. The town of Nashville has announced a temporary change in water disinfection process. The town, in coordination with the city of Rocky Mount, is temporarily changing the disinfection method. This is a routine process that will begin today, June 1st, and will run through the end of the month, June 30th. And at that time, the system will return to the standard treatment. Citizens can expect a slightly stronger odor and taste of chlorine. They have referred to this as a pool-like taste and smell. The water remains safe to drink, cook, and bathe with. The town may flush fire hydrants during this time, and this can cause brief periods of low water pressure or mild temporary discoloration. If this happens, it is recommended that you, if you notice the discoloration, simply run your cold water tap for a few minutes until it runs clear. The town's public notice does call for special attention to aquarium owners and kidney dialysis patients. Make the appropriate adjustments to your fish and aquatic life. For those on kidney dialysis, follow precautions as advised by your healthcare provider. Questions should be directed to the town's Public Works Department at 459-3962. The town of Nashville has also opened their splash pad at Glover Park. It's free to the public and private rentals are available. Call the town's Parks and Recreation and Cultural Resources Department for more information. And the town has also published notice that NCDOT plans to begin milling and resurfacing Washington Street starting June 15th. The project is from Evans Drive to First Street, and to minimize traffic disruptions, the work is planned to be done at night. Our health department is sponsoring a diaper bag drive and a community shower. Although the registration has closed for expecting mothers, the deadline for dropping off donations for the diaper bag drive is June 5th at the Nash County Health Department on Barnes Street in Nashville. The Nash County Farmers Market and the Nashville Farmers Market have partnered to bring you Nothing But Nash Farm to Table fundraiser on Saturday, June 20th. It will be an evening of fun, food, and fellowship at the Nashville Junction. The event begins with a Meet the Farmers social hour with yard games and live music from Meredith Davis Johnson starting at 5 p.m. The meal begins at 6 p.m., prepared by local chef Malik Williams, and all items are being produced locally by farmers and farmer market vendors. You will have your choice of steak, chicken, or pork. All proceeds from the event will directly support the Nash County Farmers Market and the Nashville Farmers Market. The ticket price is $75 a person. Registration and pay online at the Town of Nashville at their recdesk.com. Nash County will hold an American Red Cross blood drive Thursday for employees. That's Thursday the 25th in the multipurpose room over at the Nash County Senior Center in Nashville. Red Oak is hosting a farmers market on June 27th, 2025 at 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. They're looking for fresh produce cottage vendors. If you would like to participate in the Red Oak Farmers Market, please give them a call at 443-1239. Cooperative Extension will be hosting their Pollinator Symposium, and that's been advertised for June 27th. This past Friday, our Emergency Management, Fire Marshal's Office, Sheriff's Office, Public Health, Department of Social Services, Animal Control, Environmental Health, and our state partners participated in a shelter drill. This drill provided a number of learning opportunities for staff on how to set up cots, to the intake process. Several staff volunteered to be actors and play the part of citizens having to evacuate their homes and come to the shelter. Actors came to the shelter in wet clothing. They brought animals to the shelter, and some showed up presenting with mental health issues. Staff had to pivot and address someone who could not speak English, a mother with young children, and staff had to manage a cardiac arrest on site. The training was very productive. Nash County has not had to open a shelter in some time, and with the turnover in staff, we have a lot of workers who have never had this experience. The consensus of the group in the debriefing was that Nash County will be providing more trainings like this to our staff. On May 20th, we held our first managers, administrators, mayors, and clerks meeting for our Nash County towns, and we did that in Spring Hope. These are for us to be able to network with our county team. We had representation from Spring Hope, Bailey, Middlesex, Sharpsburg, and Dorches, along with the county. Sharpsburg has agreed to host our next meeting, and I will be sending invitations out via email. Our time together was productive, sharing current projects and resource information. We encourage all towns to consider sending a representative to hear and participate in discussions. Our next meeting will be in Sharpsburg on Wednesday, August the 26th, and we will start at 10 a.m. Nash County is pleased to participate again in this year's STEPS externship program. STEP is our Strategic Twin County Education Partnership, and they place teachers each summer with employers to learn about job opportunities in the community. Pictured here are teachers attending their orientation with employers, including some of our staff. The teachers spend a week with an employer to learn about skills required or that can be obtained, and take that knowledge back to the classroom to educate students on employment opportunities right here in their local community. Nash County has participated the last several years in this program, and both the Sheriff's Office and our county administration will host an extern this year. Just a couple of project updates. The Register of Deeds now has new carpet. The walls have been painted, and we hope to be moving them back into their space real soon. Our 911 department is getting a renovation in the 911 center. We have closed in the senior center expansion project. There's a couple of pictures of those inside of the closed-in area. And we're proud to announce that we have added a new ambulance to our fleet. These vehicles are in high demand, and the wait time to purchase is extensive, so we're pleased to add this medical vehicle to our resources. An update on staffing. As you saw this morning, we have been able to bring on a new health director as well as a director for animal control. Unfortunately, we've been unsuccessful so far in doing the same for our human resources director and our economic development manager. We're planning in-person interviews for the human resources director the end of next week, and Ms. Phelps is continuing her candidate search for the economic development manager. As we're nearing the end of the fiscal year and staff will be anticipating an increase in their July pay, I want to make sure that they know that adjustment will be in their first full paycheck in July. That's the paycheck that they will receive July 17th. And we want to say congratulations to our DSS director, Danita DeVega. Earlier this year, she was selected as one of the Eastern Regional representatives for the North Carolina Association of County Directors of Social Services. The mission of this association is to inform, educate, and empower its members, and it plays a critical role in improving the delivery of services for families and individuals. Congratulations to Ms. DeVega, and thank you for representing Eastern North Carolina and Nash County. And I'll take any questions that the board may have.
Any questions for the manager?
If there are none, I will kick it to Mr. Boone to give a quick update.
Yeah, just a quick update on the Southern Ash Regional Wastewater Planning Grant. Understand that the Department of Environmental Quality representatives from town of Sharpsburg, town of Spring Hope, and staff from the Wooten Company will be meeting tomorrow to discuss the modeling results that Department of Environmental Quality has been working on for the Tar River. So that's been a little slow to develop. I think some of that's due to some of the administrative changes in Spring Hope. But nonetheless, they're scheduled to meet tomorrow, and we anticipate once they have done that, then we will call the larger group back together to review those same modeling results and discuss our next steps. I just want to apprise the board of current status of that work.
Okay, any other discussion from the manager's desk?
No.
All right. That look like that concludes our open session business. I guess now we'll call for a motion to go into closed session to discuss economic development, attorney privilege, client privilege, personnel, and do you think we'll have any action after the closed session?
Don't expect any.
Okay, there's no action expected after closed session, so can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Leggett and seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Howard to be moving to closed session. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, we're now in the closed session. Thank you. Motion carried.